Okay, Shalom Israel. Hope everybody is doing Tawab this second half of the Shabbat. Shout out Chanukah and his congregation in Guatemala, from Cali also to Georgia. Hope you all brother and sister doing well today. Also shout out SOW Virginia Kazaki, SOW Houston Quatazop, and SOW Rochester Zion. I hope all the brothers and sisters and families are doing well. Hopefully we'll see each other down the line when we get to the Feast of Tabernacles, which is coming up sooner than we think. And let's get our prayers to the Most High, get the Most High his just due, and get started. Imagine. Just us. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Ahawa'ah. Nothing Lanawa. A war. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, who gives us light this day. Thank you. So be it.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Ahawa'ah. Nothing Lanawa. Rayak. Nayakacha. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Ahawa'ah. Nothing Lanawa. Shabbat. B'Shalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
Okay. Psalms 121. Anasha. Ayanyamya. Ahoyam. Mahaya. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemayim. Wa'aratiza. La'a. Yanatan. Lamawat. Dragalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Shashamaya. Hana. Yala'a. Nawam. Wala'a. Your son, Shashawamar, Yashuala, Yahweh, Shemoria, Yahweh, Tizaria, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashimash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemoria, Makol, Rai, Yashimar, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashimar, Habalatya, Wabuaya, Ma'aita. Wa'ai. Aman.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Aman.
Okay. Israelite Credo. Shema Yashualim. Yahweh. Elohayim. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yashualim. Yahweh. Elohayim. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yashualim. Yahweh. Elohayim. Yahweh. Achad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abinah. Shabbat Shemayim. Kodash. Haya. Shemka. Yahweh. Malak with Kaf. Taba'ah. Ratazaka. Haya. Aisha. Ba'aratiza. Kawa. Haya. Bashemayim. Nothing Lanawa. Achim. Ko. Yawam. Wasalachanao. Charawakinao. Kasalachanao. Charawakinao. Wala'a. Tabiano. Benisawad. Abo. Abashano. Mayan. Rai. Kaya. Lakab. Amalakwa. Waha'ala. Watapara. La'ai Aman.
Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'aya, Laka, Alahaya, Achaya, Ayo, Anya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a, Da'ina, Laka, Pasal, Wala'a, Da'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
3. La'a, Talachucha, Sham, Yahweh, Rashua.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Laquadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a, Faratazar.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a, Tana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Tagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Ta'ina, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Ta'chamat, Ko, Ashura, La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawaha. Nathan Lanawa. Atawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel Yeshabiim.
Everybody seated?
If y'all see anything else that needs to get adjusted, let me know.
Yeah, on the first page.
First page?
Yeah. I'll show you.
You show it.
Over here.
Okay, we'll get it.
That's right. In the name of He who saves. No, we don't say that.
We just say that.
Yeah.
What Yahushua means he says.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying, if you look at here, he just says Yahushua. He just says Yahushua.
Okay, that's fine.
You know what I'm saying? Versus him saying He who saves.
Okay.
I know the meaning. I'm just saying. It's just the way it's written.
Okay, I get your point.
So we just X it out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yahweh. This is so Christ.
In the name of Yahushua.
Yeah. Okay. There's a couple things I gotta call him again and tweak. But I missed a couple things like the Psalms 121. It was my I thought, not thought.
Yeah.
I missed that.
With the H, right?
All right, y'all. Like you said, we're trying to put together this Hebrew packet, and we're just doing some editing before we mass produce it and get it to the people, man. Get people what they want, man.
He got to give
The people. I give the people what they want. Anyway, we're trying to sit back here and just edit it first before we do that. Surprised everybody picked up on that one, man. That was kind of an old song. So what we went through last week. The title of the class from last week and this week is the Victories and events leading up to the Hanukkah celebration, Hanukkah ceremonies. And we were kind of building up this scenario where there was over 47,000 troops and soldiers that Antiochus Epiphanes had given Lysias control over to dispose of the Jewish problem or the Hebrew problem. And then Lysias had commissioned Nicanor and Gorgias, two respected captains and leaders, to finish off this brother and deal with these issues. So we went through last week a lot of Judas Maccabee's exhortation to the men about how to stay strong and get their mind ready. And we kind of got stopped in the middle of the exhortation, and Judas's desire to like strengthen his 6,000 warriors to do the impossible. So we're going to start off rereading Josephus, book 12, chapter 7, and the entire third paragraph. Once we get through that, we're going to continue on the topic that we were working towards last week. So Josephus, Salakia. Josephus, book 12, chapter 7, paragraph 3, and let's salute in. Let's get Elisha in. Elisha, show us up the top.
Yeah. Hey. Elisha, show up the top. Ban Rabban, Ban Yashala.
Elisha, show us up the top. Ban Rabban, Ban Yashala.
I'm with you. What?
Yahweh Hashem Yashem Rakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashem Rakatah.
What's up?
The Antiquities of the Jews, book 12, chapter 8, or 7, right?
It's chapter 7, paragraph 3.
Chapter 7, paragraph 3. Ready?
Yep.
Upon this, Lysias chose Ptolemy, the son of Dorminus, and Nicanor, and Gorgias, very potent men among the king's friends, and delivered to them 40,000 foot soldiers and 7,000 horsemen.
So that's 47 soldiers in general. Read on.
And sent them against Judea.
The map. I'm gonna go back and forth with this, but Emmaus is in Judea. If you see the map, you have Beth Horon, which was one of the battles we had previously. Then you go down. You'll see Gophnia, Emmaus, and you'll see Jerusalem and Judea. So it's all in that Judean territory. And they're all, these 47,000 military men have descended on Emmaus in the plains lands, and they're getting ready to stage this attack against Israel in the land of Emmaus. Okay? And what's that?
It's hard to see that.
Okay, you can't see it?
It's still choppy. It's been like that for the last couple of days.
I'm going to try to expand it.
You said the city of Emmaus is...
Emmaus. I'm expanding it out.
It's above Judea, Jerusalem.
It's above Judea and Jerusalem, but I'm expanding it. So you can't see it?
No, sir. It's very blurry, sir. I can only see Tyree. It's just the internet. It's kind of nice.
I've been here like the past 4 sessions.
So whatever cities are black ink, you can't read the font, but you can read the red.
Okay, Salaki, y'all, but it's one of those red dots next to the city. So you see Jerusalem, and then to the left, you'll see Emmaus, then you'll see other cities. But all these maps just kind of show you the red cities they were hiding out at.
Yes.
Listen, Esau didn't have satellites back then. We didn't have satellites to sit back and find where every person is, where every natural resource is. Did y'all know? Just some side note. Why Esau uses? What are the other purposes of Esau using his satellite systems?
Not natural resource.
That's it.
That's oil. So.
But no, not just oil. They have adjusted their satellite systems to find every resource imaginable, whether it's iron, whether it's lithium, cobalt. They can tweak their machinery up in the sky to find out where these natural resources are, so they can go ahead and find. How else do they find the natural resources? These resources, and there's so much. There's lithium-rich deposits in Ukraine. How did you find this out?
Yeah.
They sat back here and they tweaked their little mechanisms, their little satellites to find the natural resources they want to steal. Then all of a sudden, then they start sending puppet governments in there, and then there's coups, and then they establish a democracy of a country that we recognize this country, Slovakia. Like, that's not even a real name.
Yeah.
It's like Ethiopia. All of a sudden, Ethiopia had a small country called Eritrea in there. Where'd that come from? It was Ethiopia for thousands of years.
I remember that.
And all of a sudden, it's Eritrea.
It's Ria.
And Eritrea happens to be on the port right next to the water where you can make your money at with the shipping and the handling.
Yeah.
Everything else ain't Eritrea. It is that part's Eritrea. That's crazy. We'll give you a flag and everything. We want access to those ports.
Period.
That's the point. So Ethiopia, they don't have access to their money and their resources.
There's injustices going on.
And we're going to sit back here and recognize Eritrea as a country.
And give them independence.
And give them independence so they can serve us. We're independent from you, but they can serve us more freely. Yes.
One of the big ones is they provide defense.
Of course, we're gonna put a military base at Eritrea.
And that's how we. Well, you got to pay us through oil or whatever resource it happens to be.
Done. Well, we want your natural, we want your port, we want your resources, and we don't want to spend anything for it.
You got to pay for these.
And we got to defend freedom. We're defending freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. Anyway, just a little tidbit about satellite systems. And
Typical.
so what's happening is they're getting their intel from these renegade Jews who are going to sit back here and tell Esau, they're going to be Takashi and everybody. They're over there. They're going to snitch up. They're over there. They're up in the hills.
Gunner.
Yeah, Gunner too. Everybody who likes Gunner. Gunner's he's still told that. And no matter how many bangers he comes out with, he's still told that.
Since he told, he has better music.
I know that.
He had to step
You
it up.
better, because you ain't gonna make no money, huh? He's still told though.
Young Thug did it.
he did it. He was the head of the organization, the criminal organization.
Yeah.
Rico him.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry. That's just one of my sons played gun. I said, he told, right? It don't matter. It don't matter. I said, what he told.
I get why I did that though. Listen, the songs he had after that, I don't like Gunner's music. After that, he told me, like, this is kind of cool.
Maybe he didn't tell. Maybe he didn't tell. Maybe there's more to the story than meets the eye.
People were saying that too.
I know. That's my point. If the beats are fire, okay, I give him a pass.
Rick Ross can lie.
That's my point.
You gonna say he did what he was supposed to do.
Yeah, he was survive. He's gonna take care of his kids. How's he gonna take care of his kids in jail?
Exactly.
Okay. So these outside forces, these outside military Syrians, and these renegade Jews are assembling also on top of the 47,000 Greeks. Let's continue.
And besides these came merchants to buy those that should be carried captive.
Then you had your businessmen who had their goons and their military, or their small band of enforcers to gather up all the Jews after the loss, and they can sit back and recoup all their debt. The Greeks can sit back and sell Israel to these merchants and give the proceeds to the Romans to pay for the debt that Antiochus had to the Romans. This was the plan. Read on.
Having bonds with them to bind those that should be made prisoners,
Mm-hmm.
with that silver and gold which they were to pay for their price. And when Judas saw their camp and saw how numerous their enemies were, he persuaded his own soldiers to be of good courage and exhorted them to place their hopes of victory in the Most High.
And listen, this is prototypical. You got to get Israel to stop looking at the physical.
Yeah.
If you're going to fight a battle, if you're going to teach Israel to fight their battles, you got to stop getting Israel to look at what they tangibly can feel and see. Israel, we can't operate on just sheer logic. We lose our power and our strength towards the Heavenly Father.
True.
The scripture says the Greeks seek after what? Wisdom, technique. And there's definite benefits to wisdom and technique and procedure. I'm not the type of person, neither are we, to sit back and are anti-procedure.
Technicality requires more discipline. That's when technicality is better. technicality is better when it requires more discipline and more focus. It
Yeah.
requires a better caliber man. The Most High is always with the decision that creates the better caliber man.
Yep.
If throwing away technicality to increase your faith is the more quality decision, the Most High makes you make that quality decision. You get the point? The decision that the Most High wants you to choose is always the one that brings out the greater man in you.
So now these numbers had to be in the 50,000s, and we only had 6,000. And they knew what was on the line, that these people were going to try to kill you and remove you from the entire country and eradicate our name from history. That was the goal. That
could
was the
easily
intention.
happen.
That was the goal, and that was the intention. Because we fought back to try to reestablish our name and our identity. So let's continue.
And to make supplication to him, according to the custom of their country, cloth and sackcloth, and to show what was their usual habit of supplication and the greatest danger.
And he was like, he's going over the history. He reminds Israel of what we had to go through, what we did to come to the Most High and to humbly approach ourselves to the Most High during the time of dangers. And he was rehearsing all the righteous acts. He was sitting back here and giving us a playback of how to act, how to think during situations that don't look good, that require faith. Read on.
And thereby to prevail with the Most High, to grant you the victory over your enemies. So he set them in their ancient order of battle, used by their forefathers, under their captains of thousands and other officers, and dismissed such as were newly married, as well as those that had newly gained possessions, that they might not fight in a cowardly manner.
So he's sitting back here, and when we read in Deuteronomy 20 last week, he had to get rid of the weak men first.
Yeah.
The men that weren't focused first. Then after he removed all the weak and the doubtful and men's minds who were split in different directions, then he sat back here and he focused on the men who remained and established captains and leaders and the strength based off removing all the weakness around. So weakness was removed first, then strength was implemented next. So think about this. You only had 6,000 men off rip. Once you remove all the fearful,
That's it.
the doubtful, the ones who aren't inspired, those numbers dropped.
Yeah.
So now you're looking at 50,000 plus versus less than 6,000. It doesn't give you a specific number, but men had to have fallen off. All the big talkers got exposed, and they moved on. Read on.
As well as those that had newly gained possessions, that they might not fight in a cowardly manner, out of an inordinate love of life.
And we explained that inordinate love of life ad nauseum last week. I don't want to do it again today.
Oh.
But that inordinate love of life, all those distractions, all those scenarios where we're mentally disconnected in different directions, and we can't properly put the Most High first. It's nothing wrong with loving life, as long as the things we love stay in proper order and perspective. What good is being locked into your family at this particular time when your family is going to be sent into slavery if you don't fight and give it all you got right now? It don't even make sense to be caught up into your life. But there was a lot of Israelites that were doing that. We read earlier in 2 Maccabees 8, they were selling off their property and just sitting in their house waiting to get taken. Praying, I hope the Most High sits back here and blesses them. Remember that? I know you remember this, Dalia. Shamshawan. Remember like Death Certificate, Ice Cube?
Yeah, I remember that album.
And it was that or one before that when Ice Cube was talking to that Christian, and he said, "Yeah, man, if somebody takes my car, the Most High gonna send me another." And Ice Cube said, "Cool, let me get the keys." And he took the car, he drove off, and the Christian was sitting there with no car at that point. That's Christianity. That's a religious mindset. If it's meant to be taken, it'll be taken. If the Most High don't want me to take it, he won't take it. You ain't gonna fight at all? You ain't gonna say, no, you can't have my car. He's like, no, if you take it, the Most High send me something else. Cool. And that was literally the skit. It was a skit. I don't know if it was Death Secret. It was one of those.
Predator or Death Certificate.
And that's what I'm saying.
America's Most
And
Wanted.
I remember I was like, is that what Christians really think? You know, that nigga just take my car. I'm just gonna walk home.
No.
I'm gonna go to that RTD bus side and just let this guy take my stuff. Yeah, that's what they were doing in 2 Maccabees 8. I'm just gonna sell everything off and just wait for the Most High to deliver me. Anyway,
It's not gonna work.
it doesn't work. But all we're doing is Judas is purging all the weakness out of the body, and he's sitting back here. And if you the fear, I mean the thought is if you eliminate doubt and fear, there's a greater opportunity for the Most High to be with the smaller amount of people that have faith than having large numbers, and we're diluted, and we're weakened, and we're unsure of ourselves. That guarantees failure. If you're smaller with faith, you have a better chance of the Most High recognizing. So let's continue.
It says, as well as those that had newly gained possessions, that they may not fight in a cowardly manner, out of an inordinate love of life, in order to enjoy those blessings. When he had thus disposed his soldiers, he encouraged them to fight by the following speech, which he made to them. O my fellow soldiers, no other time remains more opportune than the present for our country, for our courage, and contempt of dangers. For if you now fight manfully, you may recover your liberty, which, as it is a thing of itself agreeable to all men. So it proves to be to us much more desirable, by its affording us the liberty of worshiping the Most High. Since therefore you are in such circumstances at present.
Don't forget, we're witnessing the Most High coming through for Israel. We're witnessing the Most High blessing Israel. But why is he blessing us? What is the intention behind the request? These are the things you always have to be conscious of when you're establishing supplication before the Most High. They're asking the Most High to come through and deliver them from these remarkable odds. 50,000+ to less than 6,000. But he says we're doing this so that we can do what? So that we can go ahead and have the liberty of worshiping you. It's still about deliver these enemies out the way so we can have the opportunity to serve you better. That gives you a lot of information and insight on why and what we should be asking the Most High in our life. We should be asking for things in our life that allows us to worship the Most High better, to serve Him with more clarity, to make the work and serving the Most High easier. And not necessarily easier, but with more efficiency. This is what we should be praying for when we're asking for things. The problem is we pray for things for us versus understanding when you're approaching the Most High and requesting things. I should be asking the Most High for things that I need that is slowing down and hampering my efficiency in doing this work. And if you're praying for those type of things, then you'll realize you don't need as much as you think you need. That's the first thing. You don't need as much as you think you need. And then, if the intention of your request is to get more done for the work, then you have a greater chance of obtaining it. And that's how you can start having your prayers heard and not hindered. We're trying to pull a concept from what Judas is asking for. He's asking for the Most High to perform a miracle so that the work can be done, so that he can be praised, so there can be a place where we can go and worship him and serve him with gladness and joyfulness of heart. That's how you can have confidence behind your prayers. That's how you can have faith behind your prayers. It's hard to have faith behind your prayers when you want something to add upon your lust. You want something to fuel what you want out of the deal. If you want to feel confident in your request for something that can get the work done. And you can do, or request something that you can use to do more for the work. And make sure that's the real intention behind it. Because Israel will say that something is for the work, but it's really for them. You got to make sure the Most High knows your heart. He knows why you do what you do. So make sure you start making choices that are based upon pleasing Him, and you'll get recognized more, and you'll get acknowledged more. Let's continue.
Or I think that things cut so
I don't hear anybody saying it. If we're cutting in and out, y'all online, say something, please. Because I haven't gotten a response from anybody saying it. I remember they said the same thing. They said we were going in and out on Monday. So let's keep going. And either way, we can't control it. We can't control it. I mean, I would like to, but we can't. So let's continue.
Crazy.
Okay. Since, therefore, you are in such circumstance at present, you must either recover that liberty, and so regain a happy and blessed way of living, which is that according to our laws and the customs of our country, or to submit to the most appropriate sufferings. Nor will any seed of your nation remain if you be beat in this battle.
He's like, we're going to be wiped off the map. And there's not going to be any more Jews. And we're going to become a mixed people. You know that's what Arab means, right? Arab means mixed people. After everything got said and done, and all these little tribes and groups, your Tyrians, Zidonians, your Philistines, your Syrians, all these different groups, over time, they just got mixed together. And now they're Arabs. There's no real specific tie down like the people in Jordan. It can't be said that people of Jordan are just purely Jordanian and are from Syria. You can't say that. They're a mixture of peoples over the years of intermingling and being sent in slavery and being taken here and being brought here. Now you have this mixed up scenario of people.
same with Palestinians.
Exactly. So what's happening? The sister did say it's buffering sometime. But the issue is this: he's saying it was gonna be the same thing for us. We're gonna become this intermingled mixed nation that has no real roots, no real foundation, no real connection in history. This is gonna happen to us too, if we didn't stand up and fight and not lose this battle. Okay? And that's the worst thing that can happen. You lose your identity, you lose your history, you lose this, you lose your purpose, and it is going in and out. I don't know. Just be patient with us. I don't know what's happening.
Is it summertime this month?
It's not okay. Okay, so let's just keep going. I hope it's not just summertime, man.
Well, no, they said that on Saturdays we more use the internet.
Yeah.
The guy said well, so I don't know if that's the case.
Okay, so let's continue.
Fight therefore manfully, and suppose that you must die, though you do not fight, but believe that, besides such glorious reward.
He says, "Suppose that ye must die." Why am I slowing this down? Because part of what makes a man strong, part of what makes a person potent in his battle, is the ability to accept the worst possible scenario, but still move forward and do your job anyway. So many times, we water ourselves down because we're so afraid of losing. We're so afraid of what the worst thing can happen. It cripples us and it weakens our potency. I always go back to Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego when they were talking to Nebuchadnezzar. And they said, listen, we know the Most High can take us and deliver us from this. But if he doesn't, I'm still not changing our stance with our beliefs. What did that statement mean? I'm not afraid to lose. I'm not afraid to lose, to be specific. I'm not afraid to lose doing the right thing. That is such a powerful statement and a stance to take. Because a lot of times we are willing to do good as long as the conditions in our life remain favorable to us. You have to have the capability to do good, to maintain your integrity, whether things are good or whether things are bad. So if they're sitting back here and looking at this 50,000 men, and they got 5,000, for example, the thinking is, okay, I'm going to give everything I got. And whether I die on that field, whether I live, whether I die, I am not going to stop my fervency and my potency towards my job and towards the Most High in my thought. That's how you know you're connected in the Spirit and you're thinking on the lines that pleases the Heavenly Father. But if your thoughts are split, if your heart is one way here and a little bit there, you know you're not in the right spirit, and the Most High in the Spirit can't flow through you. So Judas is like, listen, suppose that you must die. Listen, accept, if you're going to die, die. If you're going to sit back here and die in this battle for the Most High, know why you did it and who you did it for. And be okay and come to grips with that reality. If you can't do that, it is very hard to stay potent in the process of doing your job for the Most High. When we get to that point when we're dealing with fearful, life-altering, possibly life-altering scenarios, you have to take that stance. And also, you have to take that stance when you're working with men and when you're working with a wife and a family. Because if you're afraid to lose your wife, then guess what's going to happen? Your counseling is going to water down. How you develop them is going to water down. You can't be afraid to lose your wife. You can't be afraid to lose your kids. You can't be afraid to lose anything because you had integrity. Now listen.
We'll compromise as men and dilute the spiritual lessons that they need for their own survival. For their survival.
Because you're afraid of what you got to go through.
Yeah, it's not about you. It's about their relationship with the Father. They have to submit to the Father. That's their decision.
And that means you can't get in the way of their lesson.
But that's the fearful part.
And that's only if your example's been on point. Because before you start laying ultimatums, the first ultimatum you should be laying down is what? Your crappy conduct. Because we teach men all the time. Before you start sitting back here and demanding that somebody changes, you got to fix the things in you that this other person uses to justify why they don't change. Once you eliminate that and break you first, then you're justified to put your foot down and not lay ultimatums, but properly set the tone for what a person has to fight and not be afraid of losing, because that's their lesson. It ain't about you in the first place. Is it your wife first, or is the Most High's daughter first?
Most High's daughter.
Is it your children or the Most High's sons and daughters?
Most High's children.
That's the point. And you got to always make sure that is your priority and your focus. And you can't make anything in this life about you, because you're just granted a period of time on earth, and your job as a leader, as a man, is to be that shepherd. It's never about you. The problem with the Jew is we want to control everything in our life.
Circumstances.
We want to control brothers. We want to control family. We want to control children. We want to control everything in our grasp. Not realizing we control nothing but our example and our decisions and how we carry ourselves emotionally, spiritually, and mentally. We can learn that. We're ahead of the curve.
You can't push them to strength if we don't push ourselves first to strength.
Huh?
Because what it justifies them to do it. They see, man, this guy is day in, day out. He's pushing towards this direction nonstop.
And this is the hard thing.
I'll
Israel,
do it too.
and this is what Israel don't want to accept. The greatest teachers live what they teach. And there's not a lot of us that do that. Listen, I was talking to Quadzab yesterday. Shalom, shout out if anybody from Houston is listening. And he's telling me about, there's this big old thing in Clubhouse where they're just arguing about lunar moons. And then they're arguing about moons and months and Sabbaths. I'm like, bro, they're still fighting about this. And then the first thought I had is, why don't they argue about how much leadership has to change in order for the Most High to please them? How come that's not the argument on Clubhouse? how much leadership has to be accountable for their actions?
The debate is over. After that, debate's over.
Let's have a debate about how much Sip has to sit back here and bring to the table in order for the Most High to please him.
Let's keep that quiet.
Or like Paul said, if he's going to boast, he's going to boast in his infirmities.
Yeah.
Done. How much have you sacrificed lately? What have you given up for the Most High? Brother, nobody wants to do that. They want to argue about simple topics that have nothing to do with the real goal of where we're all trying to get to. And people do that because either they're uneducated about what this is really about, or they want to create something new in the knowledge so they can get attention and numbers.
Validation.
Attention, numbers, which brings titles and pride and prestige. That's all
It's
this
still
is about.
self-based.
It's all self-based, and the Most High sees how self-based we are. And it's sad.
And that's why on this point, if I don't push people to strength, by first pushing myself to strength, then, I won't do that for me, but I'll push somebody else,
But
which is self-based, or I cripple the people around me.
And we try to teach this with men in rank about being that example as you're correcting a younger man. But then with that thinking, do you do that at home? Do you take that thinking at home? More times than not, no. Brothers can start to grasp that in this realm where they don't sit back here and live the example at home. Because the greatest teacher is what they see you do every day. Anyway, let's continue. And the funny thing is this. I know a lot of times in our classes we sound like broken records. And we're like repeating the same things over and over and over again. Just know we wouldn't have to repeat it if Israel was listening.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have to repeat this if Israel was actually taking information to heart and applying this information in their life every day and working on themselves. But because we don't, we have to keep saying it. It's easy to sit back here and just go over Torah verses all damn day long and talk about the law, the law, the law, the law, the law. But that's not where Israel slips. Israel slips in intention, in motivation. Why we do what we do is why we always get caught up slipping. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
This is why that has to be the focus of the majority of teaching and not a bunch of tabernacle talk and high holiday talk. Because we already know that. That's easy. The thing that takes 10, 15 years of your life is the work it takes to break your intentions and even to get to the core of why you do what you do every day. Because most of us are such liars, it takes us 7 years to unravel why you get up in the morning and who you do it for. And the root of your negative. And once it takes years to figure out the root of the negative, then it takes years to help equip people with what it takes to break your nature. Anyway, let's continue.
Fight therefore manfully, and suppose that you must die.
Accept that you're going to die, because being a man is dealing with the acceptance of the worst, but not letting the worst possibility define you and break you. Because a lot of people have problems with accepting the worst, but maintaining the potency and hope that won't happen. Because for a lot of us, if we accept the worst, we can't handle progressing forward because we're afraid of what losing in the worst will look like. Have the strength to accept worst case scenario, but yet and still continue forward with the hope and expectation the Most High will be there for you. That's how you can stay in a manful, potent spirit. Read on.
Though you do not fight, but believe that, besides such glorious rewards as those of the liberty of your country, of your laws, of your religion, you shall then obtain everlasting glory.
He says the glory is in making decisions and making moves that benefit the stability of the entire body. And this is very similar to what we're trying to do in San Antonio. Everything you're giving up, everything you're losing, everything you're putting on the back burner is for what reason? So there can be a more stable place for Israel to come to get strengthened, taught, developed, and worked on. Those things give you everlasting glory. The glory comes from the sacrifices required to make sure that the body of Christ maintains strength and maintains a place where they can always come to get recentered. What greater glory is that? What greater glory is that to give up what is important to you to make sure that the rest of the body can maintain their potency and strength? Read on.
Prepare yourselves, therefore, and put yourselves into such an agreeable posture that you may be ready to fight with the enemy as soon as it is the day tomorrow morning.
He's like, get your head right and get yourself in an agreeable posture. Agreeable mind, agreeable way of thinking, a level of acceptance and tenacity and strength and hope at the same time. It has to be a combination when you're fighting any battle. A level of acceptance of what you might lose, and the strength and the hope that the intention that I'm doing it for, the Most High is going to honor me. The safest way to get what you want in your prayers is to ask for something that directly benefits the body more than you. That's the safest way to get a blessing. And the most surest way to get a blessing. Ask for something that helps the body, and the body gets more out of it than you. You do that, you'll be okay. So, that was the Josephus' version of the speech that he gave to Israel. Now, Judas, another version or another aspect of what was spoken of to the Jews. What we're going to read now is a reminder. It mentioned it earlier up, but Judas is giving instances when the numbers were largely against us, and the Most High still comes through for us. So he mentioned this earlier in the reading, but this more focused on the mindset behind what we're going to do versus the literal verbatim battles that we won in the midst of pleasing the Most High. So let's get Kariah. Lightheaded for a second.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah,
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah, Amajah, Rock, Yahweh Hashem Yahshabbatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshabbatah.
Okay, so let's do 2 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 19.
Okay.
Matter of fact, read verse 18 down.
I was going to say that. 2 Maccabees chapter 8, verse 18. For they, said he, trust in their weapons and boldness, but our confidence is in the almighty power, who at a beck can cast down both them that come against us and also all the world.
So now he's explaining the Most High is always going to be there for us. Hold on a second, answer this question. Yeah. Okay. So, read that. Read on. Continue.
Moreover, he counted unto them what helps their forefathers had found, and how they were delivered, were under Sennacherib, and under 100 and 5,000 perished.
So he says now he's reminding the congregation all the times that the Most High came for us in these difficult situations. They said under Sennacherib, this was during the Assyrian Empire when the Assyrians had us surrounded and they told King Hezekiah they were going to sit back here and wipe us out. And if we were going to, he says, either you guys sit back and submit, or we're going to sit back and ransack this city and take you guys out. And that was when Hezekiah, they were yelling over the wall and trying to embarrass him and weaken everybody. He said, Hezekiah can't help you. He said, we're going to sit back here and wipe y'all out. So either you guys submit and let us in there, or we're going to break you. So what ended up happening is Hezekiah ended up praying or going to Isaiah. Isaiah sat back here and gave him clarity. And the Most High came through and blessed him. But we're going to read how. So he's reminding us 185,000 Assyrians got wiped out. And we didn't have to lay a hand on them. We were all closed up in our walls, bracing an attack. Okay, so what we're going to do is go to 2 Kings chapter 19, verse 5 through 7. Second Kings chapter 19, verse 5 through 7.
All right. 2 Kings chapter 19 and verse 7.
5 through 7, right? 5 through 7.
It says, so the servants of King Hezekiah came to Isaiah.
So listen, this is when you read from verse 1 down to verse 4, I explained it. How the emissary or the speaker, the servant of King Sennacherib, came and put pressure on Hezekiah and the entire nation, warning that they're about to get destroyed. So they end up going to Isaiah, getting the answers of what we should do about this threat, this legitimate threat, because the Assyrians were the first major world power on the earth after that first Babylonian empire during Nimrod's time came about. So it was Nimrod's little reign. And then many years later, the Assyrians rose up and became the first world empire, or the second major world empire. Okay, so these guys were potent. So they're trying to find out what the Most High wants from Isaiah. Read verse 6.
Verse 6. And Isaiah said unto them, thus shall ye say to your master, thus saith the Most High, be not afraid of the words which thou hast heard, with which the servants of the king of Assyria had blasphemed me.
So the words of the king of Assyria was Sennacherib. And they had blasphemed the Most High's words, because they pretty much said, you guys don't stand a shot. We're going to wipe you out. Okay? We done.
Verse 7. Behold, I will send a blast upon him, and he shall hear a rumor, and shall return to his own land. And
Nope. He shall return into his own land.
Right.
So what happened was, he says they're going to hear a rumor. Before they established their siege on Jerusalem, there was a rumor that the Egyptians were going to rise up and attack the Assyrian Empire. So the Assyrians stopped what they were doing in Jerusalem and worked their way to Egypt to squash a rebellion by the Egyptian rulers. Come to find out, there wasn't a legitimate threat to wiping them out, but by the time they got to Egypt, this is actually historical scenarios. They got to Egypt, everybody went to sleep in their camps, and at night, in the morning they woke up, the rats had eaten all the leather in their war materials. They eaten all like the leather goods, the harnesses, the steel holders, everything that connected to their weaponry. Must have been a ridiculously large horde of rats. Came in and ate all the leather and ran off.
And that is a bad sign. Listen,
and they said that's a bad omen.
Listen,
they woke up and it was a bad omen.
We do moves out in these outdoor, outdoor storage facilities. And it's a bad omen when you go and you see rat feces everywhere.
Well, why is it a bad omen to do a job in this rat feces? Why is it a bad omen?
Brother, listen.
I didn't say it's a bad omen in war.
Listen. It sounds good until you smell that ammonia.
The rat pee.
But the rat pee it's such a strong, potent smell.
Then you got the poop there too, the droplets and everything.
But the pee is just in your face. It's the pee, and then there's these thousands and thousands of pellets everywhere. And then you're looking at all the household items, and all the wicker baskets all chewed up. It's not a good sight to look at.
You better have
You
gloves.
better go to war.
You better have gloves. You have gloves on that guy? You better have some gloves.
Look at their hands and like this.
Then there's like crumble.
There's diseases, You get the willies,
Yeah.
But if you gotta go to war and then you see the day before everything's straight, you're feeling confident.
Yeah.
You come in and there's feces everywhere and that ammonia smell on your weaponry. It's the spirit telling you, or a spirit telling you.
Yeah.
It's over.
But I would say it was a literal.
It's a morale killer.
It's a morale killer, but they literally said this is a bad omen. This is from their idolatry. The reason that the mice came because that was something in their idolatry that was literally a bad omen. It wasn't just a bad omen because it was nasty and it was a health liability. It wasn't just that. It was like this is the God's telling us this is something bad's about to happen because that was the Most High allowed to use their idolatry to break them.
Their own belief system.
It's just like the Most High was softening up Canaan with all those murder hornets. They knew that was a bad omen too.
You can't stop. Yeah.
Listen, it was something in their religion that lets us know this is a bad omen. So they're sitting back here shook. So they end up leaving Egypt, getting the hell out of there and going back to Jerusalem after the rumor draw them down there to put fear in their hearts. So now they're shook, they're less intense, they're less focused on their job. Now they're kind of spooked out. Then they make their way all the way to Jerusalem, and then the blast comes down. Mosiah sits back here and sends a blast from heaven and destroys 85,000 men. Then they get the hell out of Jerusalem and they go home. Now you don't read about that story in Assyrian history, because I don't know if you noticed, but like kings never talk about their losses in history. They never write the losses in history.
Don't write that down.
They don't write that down. Listen, Sennacherib was a great king. Sennacherib was the greatest king ever. He was the God king. He subdued nations. He subdued empires. But don't talk about Jerusalem. Don't talk about those rats over there. So they don't talk about it, but our history explains it. And this is Judas reminding Israel, listen, man, 185,000 men died by the Most High's hands, and we didn't have to lift a finger. If he can take out 185,000 people, you telling me he can't sit back here and look after us with a 50,000 to 5,000 man difference? These are the type of things you got to hear.
That's realistic. Yeah.
When you see these crazy numbers that you have to fight, and you're just getting armor, you're just getting armor now. You're just getting your army built up. So the whole story, you can read it in 19, but I don't want to read the whole story to take away from the point. I just want you to kind of point to the verse in a direction where this is talked about. Now, this next explanation he uses in verse 20, I've never heard of it in my life. But, because it's not any historical part that you read from the Bible. Because it's a historical part that happened when we were in Babylon. It was a history of a war and a battle that we had while we was in Babylon, being under siege, living in Babylon. So there's not a biblical story that comes behind that. So let's read that in verse 20. And this is why Esau says these type of books aren't canonical, because you can't find the history in this, what he says in verse 20. Okay, I don't want to jump past it, but I also don't want to make too much of it because we really can't prove how this happened. So read that.
2 Maccabees, chapter 8 and verse 20. And he told them of the battle that they had in Babylon with the Galatians.
He talks about the battle that we had in Babylon against the Galatians. So this Galatians isn't talking about the Galatians at the time when Israel was, a war, living in Galatia. Before Israel lived in Galatia, you had the nations living in Galatia. Let me first show you what Galatia looks like and where Galatia is. If you look online, Galatia is present-day Turkey. Galatia is in present-day Turkey. Okay? Historically it was referred to as Asia Minor, meaning it was the beginning parts of Asia. and then it gets to the rest of Asia. So it's the smallest part, the most extended part of Asia, working its way east. So Galatia is in this territory where present-day Turkey is. Y'all see that? So now we got to know who lived first in present-day Turkey. This map is kind of small and it's kind of hard to read, but the letters are big enough to know who lived there. You're looking at the same area where present-day Turkey is. What do you see? What's that big name walking through that region? Does anybody see it? What's the name? Because this letter, or not this image, is the picture. What do you call it? War. After the flood. After the flood, this is how people. This is Japheth. This is the land of Japheth. This is where Japheth originated. So, during the time we were in Babylon, the Galatians were still Japheth. The Galatians were still dominated by the group and the nation, the tribe of the nation of Japheth. So when we're about to read here in 2 Maccabees 8 and 20, it's talking about somehow, some way, the Galatians or the Japhetic peoples made their way down to fight the Babylonians. And in the midst of the Japhetic people, or the Galatians, coming down and fighting Israel in Babylon, the Most High defended us in Babylon, even though the Galatians had greater, more superior numbers than we did in Babylon.
That's a great point to know, because now I've always asked that question before. Like, I was told that all throughout Europe they were there, quote unquote. Or
who was that?
Your father.
Mm-hmm.
Japheth, like Japheth. Yeah. Japheth was there.
You get Hebrew.
Because everybody wants like, oh,
you're fine.
You know, I mean, it's beautiful.
Yeah. Beautiful people. They're so beautiful.
They're so beautiful. Yeah. But you've heard. I've always heard that they were all throughout Europe. And when we colonized Europe, quote unquote, we had to go to war with them.
Yeah.
But this is some historical evidence.
Well, it's still this. They were still there. You know what the proof is? Just because they're black don't mean it was us. Israel always wants to say everything black is the Jew. Blackity, black. The Jew is blackity, black. Blackity, black. Like, damn. Can there's other dark-skinned people that lived in Europe.
No, he was a black man, so-called black.
He was black. He was a black man of America. God, he's a Negro. He's not. Just because they're black don't mean they're Judah.
His name was
Clarence. Clarence. The fourth. Clarence the fourth. So he was so great in Germany. Like, damn. Can there be Japhetic people out there too? Everything got to be black? Everything got to be Judah? Everything? We don't know. What we do know is there Japhetic people, Hamitic people, and Shemitic people were all men of what? Color.
Nope. He's the black man.
They were fighting brown-skinned people up there, and then when the 9.5 tribes got up there, they were brown-skinned too. Then you had Esau up in Europe. It was all of them. Very important to clarify that. Does that make sense? Yes, sir.
Question on that map that you just had.
Which one? The Japhetic one?
Yeah.
I'm putting it back on there, yes.
Alright, so question. So, does that consist of the ones that are above them too, like Gomer, Magog, and all that?
Yeah, they're all sons of Japheth.
Yeah.
Magog, Gomer, all those people were sons of Japheth. Okay? Now later on,
because the black man was there, the Negro.
Kind of that's how we want to play it. But it wasn't just that; it was dark-skinned men of other nations that we fought. Hell, even the Persians were dark-skinned people. Yeah. The Persian and Mede Empire were dark-skinned. All of them were dark-skinned. So anyway, that don't mean they're Jews. Just because you're dark-skinned don't mean you're a Jew either. Yeah. So let's continue. 2 Maccabees 8 and 20.
And he told them of the battle that they had in Babylon with the Galatians, how they came but 8,000 in all to the business, with 4,000 Macedonians, and that the Macedonians, being perplexed, the 8,000 destroyed 120,000 because of the help that they had from heaven, and so received a great booty.
So he said 120,000 men lost to 8,000 men. So it says, read it again from the top.
And he told them of the battle that they had in Babylon with the Galatians.
So they fought in Babylon with Galatians. Read on.
How they came, but 8,000 in all, to the business.
So we had 8,000 men to the business of fighting for our territory in Babylon. Read on.
It says, but 8,000 in all to the business, with 4,000 Macedonians. And that the Macedonians, being perplexed, the 8,000 destroyed 120,000 because of the help that they had from heaven, and so received a great booty.
So I would imagine the Macedonians were our people, because they were with us. And the Macedonians were amazed that with 8,000 people, how did 120,000 cats get wiped out when we only had 8,000? And they were amazed. The Macedonians were amazed to see that 8,000 Jews ran off 120,000 Galatians.
Amazing.
Don't forget the Macedonians were western neighbors of these Galatians. These Macedonians had to have been us too. But once again, I'm not focusing on those details. I'm focusing on the numbers that the Most High defends us on. 8,000 to 120, that's nothing to compare to the 5,000, 50,000 to 5,000 that we had to face at this particular time against the Greeks.
But you see how it's mentally minimized doubt?
It gives, and that's the point.
That's the power of a good leader. A good leader and a good counselor can help you if you decide to trust and to give your conscience to what's being stated.
If you want to hold on to strength.
Yeah. That it can help you mentally minimize your excessive doubts and excessive fears. So that's a real part of life, bro. It's excessive doubts, excessive fears.
Well, that's crazy.
It controls and manipulates your personal environment.
Scott, yes, correct?
I was going to say, man, with that alone, that means if they only had 8,000, that means that they had an extra 112,000 with them that all of them got destroyed.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That means each man had to kill off 15 men apiece.
At least.
It's a hell of a quota.
And these 120,000 aren't just some chumps like those TV actors where we used to make just do this and they fall. You used to karate chop. That's not life, right? This is real combat. Huh?
Yeah.
TV makes it look possible. Huh?
Yeah.
The star like John Wick, no way. No way John Wick's killing all those people. Huh? No way. And the only reason he died at the end in chapter 4 was because he willingly sacrificed his friend's life. He sacrificed himself for his friend. What am I saying? That's not realistic. So for the Most High to do that was remarkable. And the Most High always does it in a way where everybody in the room knows it was him and it wasn't you.
Yeah.
So however it went. So even with this whole scenario with 185,000 men dying, we must have saw the blast. Saw 185,000 men get eradicated. And then everybody in the building knew the Most High was real.
It was a blast from heaven, you said?
Yes, it was a blast that killed the Assyrians. In the previous story. After they were afraid with the bad omen with the mice. So whatever the Most High did in this 120,008 scenario, it was a ridiculous number that the Most High showed his power.
He always evens the odds if we believe.
If we're in the right spirit.
Yeah.
This is why he said all these fearful cats get out of here. Because in order for a miracle to happen, our intention has to be right. Our reason for fighting has to be right. And there can't be fear and doubt amongst the body. Then the Most High can work with us. That's the antidote. That's the solution. Yes.
We also talked last week about when we don't sin, that's when we're strong too.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Clean hands making the man stronger and stronger. It's the intention, it's the conduct, and it's the lack of fear. Let's continue.
You want verse 21?
Yeah, we're going to read 21 and 22 next.
Verse 21. Thus, when he had made them bold with these words, and ready to die for the laws and the country.
He said he made them bold with these words. That was the desired effect. To sit back and be reminded that anything is possible. Okay, read on.
He divided his army into 4 parts, and joined with himself his own brother.
Then he broke the army up, whether it was 6,000 men or 5,000. He broke it up into 4 parts, where there was 15 men per regiment, per group. Read on.
Leaders of each band, to wit, Simon and Joseph and Jonathan, giving each one 1,500 men.
So it lets you know that those 6,000, out of those 6,000 men, not many of them were fearful. That core stayed the core. So it was 1,500 broken up 4 ways. And now they had their battalions, they had their groups, and they were given their orders. But once again, you had to root out all the weakness, inspire the men. The men who weren't inspired had to go. The ones who were, let's ride with the most experienced, strong guys we got and make this happen. Okay? Read on.
Wow.
Wait. That was verse 22, right?
Yeah, that was 22.
We're going to hold off on that. Then we're going to sit back here now and go back into 1 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 1. Because now we're going to go into 1 Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 1. We're going to get into the story, the actual fighting, and what happened during the midst of the battle. 1 Maccabees 4, verse 1, sir.
1 Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 1. Then took Gorgias 5,000 footmen.
So don't forget, at this site at Emmaus, you had Gorgias and you had Nicanor. Gorgias decides to take 5,000 men. Think about this. I'm going to go take 5,000 against their 5,000. I'm going to mop these dudes up. I'm going to take 5,000 of my strongest guys and go against their 6. And I'm going to sit back and neutralize this battle before it starts. So that's his thinking. Gorgias takes 5,000 footmen. Read on.
And 1,000 of the best horsemen.
There you go. That's 6,000 soldiers and warriors in total to match what they already knew we had. Why would they send 6,000 men to fight us? Because they knew we only had 6,000 men. Read on.
And removed out of the camp by night.
So they did it at night under cover of darkness so nobody would know. They said even if they have scouts out there, they're not going to know we're making this move. We're going to catch Judas slipping at night. Like Judas has been catching everybody else slipping at night. It's like 2 can play at this game. You want to play games catching people slipping at night? We're going to catch him slipping at night. So these guys aren't some idiots. These guys are sharp. Read on. So that means Gorgias is leaving. Nicanor is staying with the rest of his 41,000 soldiers, holding it down at the camp at the base in Emmaus. Read on.
To the end he might rush in upon the camp of the Jews and smite them suddenly.
So he's sitting back here, trying to go ahead and leave in the cover of darkness to catch Judas in the middle of the night. Once again, like I said, how in the hell did they know where his camp was at night? Those renegade Jews snitched on him and gave Gorgias the intel on where Judas and the men are going to be. So Gorgias is going to sit back here and try to preemptive strike this situation and finish this war before it starts. Read on.
To the end he might rush in upon the camp of the Jews and smite them suddenly. And the men of the fortress were his guides.
The men of the fortress were his guides. Who remember back in 2 Maccabees chapter 3 when Jason was sitting back here and setting up that police group?
Yeah, that's
those young men who were sitting back here and were in fortresses and training the Greek ways and training the military ways, and they were Greek citizens. Now these same young men are pure Greek citizens fighting against us.
Years later, right?
Years later.
That's crazy, bro.
So now these guys that was in the fortress, the Jews that were in the fortress, knew about the whereabouts from the beginning. They were the renegade Jews, the sellout Jews that Jason and Menelaus had been developing for many years.
Was that in that city called Accra?
No, it was in. Well, I want to say the Israelites that was in the tower. The Jews that was in the tower. There was a tower in Jerusalem.
Yeah,
the tower was in Jerusalem.
You talking about that police?
Yes,
station?
that police station was in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
So yeah, they sat back and got the men from the tower to tell them where everybody was at, because they kept their ear to the streets. They were Jews. They were dark skinned too.
Yeah.
So they got all the secrets they needed.
The dust can see.
This is your brother. I'm gonna tell you where everybody's at. And they got the information.
They act like it's slow, man. What's going on, man?
That's the point. They found their way to get the information to just turn on them and destroy this rebellion quicker before it actually gets bloody.
Yeah.
So they're going 6,000 men against our 6,000 men in the camp that they know we're at. Read on.
Verse 3. Now when Judas heard thereof, he himself removed.
But the Most High was with him, and he knew, he got some counterintelligence that they was coming, and he got out of there. So intelligence and counterintelligence is everything in the spy world.
Yeah.
In war world. Intelligence is everything. So obviously Judas found out and was one step ahead of them and left their campsite. Read on.
And the valiant men with him, that he might smite the king's army, which was at Emmaus.
So what Judas is saying is, okay, a group of men are coming to get me. I'm going to go down to the valley and take them out. So they're going to be split and disjointed. So Gorgias is coming up to this mountainous region or this campsite. He doesn't find them. Judas is working his way downhill, going to Emmaus, which is a plains area, to take them out. Read on.
While as yet the forces dispersed from the camp.
Mm-hmm.
In the mean season came Gorgias by night into the camp of Judas. And when he found no man there, he sought them in the mountains.
So he said, okay, they're not in this camp. They must be in the mountains. Show me the way. So now whoever was the guide or the head snitch guide kept taking them further up into the mountains and other regions where Judas normally is. So what's the Most High doing? He is removing these guys out the way, and he's weakening the army, even though Gorgias and his army is trying to do one up on them and take them out. So the Most High is actually working on our favor, removing Gorgias and his top men away from the scene of the battle. Read on.
But as soon as it was day, No.
Yeah.
No. I ain't finished verse 5. No.
We'll read verse 5 again from the top.
In the mean season came Gorgias by night into the camp of Judas. And when he found no man there, he sought them in the mountains. For said he, these fellows flee from us.
He's like, these guys are running from us. Let's keep pushing up. Read on.
We're on their heels.
We're on their heels. They're afraid. Read on.
Verse 6. But as soon as it was day, Judas shewed himself in the plain with 3,000 men, who nevertheless had neither armor nor swords to their minds.
He says, you know what? He got to the base camp, and they weren't even under the assumption that it was time to fight. But why? Because they thought, hey, Gorgias is going up there bringing it to him. We ain't got to worry about them coming down until Gorgias' men come down.
Completely off guard.
They were off guard. They weren't ready to fight. And this is how the Most High works things on our side. And this is how the Spirit works. This is when the Spirit starts working with you.
Right.
Now this is all the Spirit. The Most High got in Gorgias' mind. They're running. But the Most High put in the spirit of Judas to go attack. That's the Spirit. And nobody can control that. That's how the Most High works through certain people to get miracles done.
A prideful person say it was my timing.
Yeah.
It was perfect timing.
You got to listen.
Yeah.
Then everything works out the way you want it. No, that was the Most High told Judas, they're coming. Just attack them now. Don't run and hide. Don't go on those mountains. Go further and break them down. That's the Most High working with them. Okay? Continue.
Verse 7. And they saw the camp of the heathen, that it was strong and well harnessed, and compassed round about with horsemen, and these were expert of war.
Mm-hmm.
Then said Judas to the men that were with him, fear ye not their multitude, neither be ye afraid of their assault. Remember how our fathers were delivered in the Red Sea, when Pharaoh pursued them with an army. Now therefore, let us cry unto heaven.
No, I'm sorry. Matter of fact, before you go any further,
Right.
Read verse 6 again.
Verse 6. But as soon as it was day, Judas shewed himself in the plain with 3,000 men, who nevertheless had neither armor nor swords to their minds.
I said that wrong. Instead of the men at the valley didn't have armor and military in their minds, it was us. We were split up in different battalions. Judas had 3,000 men with him, and we didn't have weapons. That makes it even more messed up. All we got is hands, all we got is hands,
Hand-to-hand combat.
We got hands, and speed. He said we didn't have weapons on our minds. We didn't have it. Maybe the expectation of these guys coming, we weren't ready and we left early. Whatever it is, we didn't have the weaponry on our persons at the time. Just want to make sure I made that correction. Read verse 7 again.
And they saw the camp of the heathen, that it was strong and well harnessed, and compassed round about with horsemen, and these were expert of war. Then said Judas to the men that were with him, Fear ye not their multitude, neither be ye afraid of their assault. Remember how our fathers were delivered in the Red Sea, when Pharaoh pursued them with an army. Now therefore let us cry unto heaven, if peradventure the Lord will have mercy upon us, and remember the covenant of our fathers, and destroy this host before our face this day, that so all the heathen may know that there is one who delivereth and saveth Israel. Then the strangers lifted up their eyes and saw them coming over against them.
So then listen, he got Israel hyped. We made our attack down there, and the strangers saw us coming down from a position, working our way down to this valley at Emmaus. Read on.
Wherefore they went out of the camp to battle, but they that were with Judas sounded their trumpets.
Okay, he says when we came down, we were coming down sounding our trumpets. Read on.
So they joined battle, and the heathen, being discomfited, fled into the plain.
It's still whatever the hell happened. That 3,000 men, that small army of men came down here and wiped out those 40,000 men, discomfited them, and they started running. Now we didn't kill 47,000 men at one time. Historically, we're going to read in a bit. Historically, we took out 9,000 of their men. And in the midst of slaying the 9,000, a lot of those guys just took off and ran. Because what people don't understand in war scenarios, so much of war has to do with morale, desire, and your purpose. When you're sitting back here fighting for your livelihood, you're going to get more fight and fervency than somebody who's here on a job, just collecting a paycheck. These Greeks were sitting out here, yeah, they were 40-something thousand deep, but did they really give a shit about what happened in Judea?
They're contractors.
They're contractors. They're here, they're professional soldiers, but I'm not going to sit back here and get mollywopped by these damn Jews, who this is all they got left. So what you're going to see is, once the war kind of gets started, and they kind of feel that pressure, and they feel that resistance, they're not going to sit here and mess around and stay there through all of the war, knowing what they can lose. So out of this 41,000 people, shoot, I would say 33 of them left. 33,000 of them got out of there once the battle started getting hot. Just want to make sure we're explaining that properly. So what verse are we at?
We're in verse 15, sir.
Okay, let's continue.
Verse 15. Howbeit, all the hindmost of them were slain with the sword, for they pursued them unto Gezerah, and unto the plains of Idumea.
So they ran them out of Judea and into Idumea. I'm going to show you the image again, which is south of Judea.
Yeah.
By this time, Idumea had left and migrated from the east of the Dead Sea and worked their way to the south of Judea. So they sat back here and worked them from Emmaus and ran them off all the way to Idumea. So they sat back, and while everybody's running, they probably killed some people on that exchange too. So they ran them off from Idumea or into Idumea. Read on.
Unto the plains of Idumea and Azotus and Jamnia, so that there were slain of them upon 3,000 men. This done, Judas returned again with his host from pursuing them.
So, hold this. We're gonna, matter of fact, we're gonna stop. Read verse 14. We're gonna stop at verse 14.
Verse 14.
Yeah.
Verse 14. So they joined battle, and the heathen, being discomfited, fled into the plain.
The heathen fled into the plain. Now we're gonna go to 2 Maccabees. 2 Maccabees chapter 8, verse 23 through 24.
Second Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 23.
Y'all gotta head out. Let's get you set up.
Shabbatah, Banashar, Bayasha Allah.
Thou Ramaka, Shoshabata, Bashar, Bayashal, Amachim. What? Yahweh Shem Yashabakata.
Yahweh Shem Yashabakata.
Okay, so let's get 2 Maccabees, chapter 8, verse 23 and 24.
2 Maccabees, chapter 8, and verse 23. Also he appointed Eleazar to read the holy book.
So that was one of the priests. He gets one of the priests to read the scriptures before the war starts. And once again, you got to keep this thing holy as hell. This is what Judas is doing. Read on.
And when he had given them this watchword, the help of the Most High, himself leading the first band, he joined battle with Nicanor.
So he sits back here and led the men from the front. He goes down to the plains and fights Nicanor and his soldiers. Read on.
And by the help of the Almighty, they slew above 9,000 of their enemies, and wounded and maimed the most part of Nicanor's host, and so put all to flight.
So listen, First Maccabees says 3,000. Here it says 9,000. I can't give you an exact number. The point is, a lot were killed, and a lot others remained in this victory. That's all I wanted was verse 20, 24, 23 and 24. We're going to start bouncing back and forth the rest of this chapter. So from there, let's go back to chapter 15 of First Maccabees, 4 and 15. First Maccabees 4 and verse 15.
First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 15.
We're going to read to verse 23 on that level and then come back to 2 Maccabees chapter 8.
First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 15.
We're going to be done quick on this one today, bro. Let's read it.
Howbeit, all the hindmost of them were slain with the sword, for they pursued them unto Gazareah, and unto the plains of Idumea, and Azotus, and Jamnia, so that there were slain of them upon 3,000 men. This done, Judas returned again with his host from pursuing them, and said to the people, Be not greedy of the spoils, inasmuch as there is a battle before us.
So what he's saying is, listen, we ran off the large number of soldiers. They're in Idumea. Don't get caught up getting greedy, getting bread, and being comfortable about the victory. Because we still got 6,000 men in those mountains that can come down at any time.
We're not in the clear right now.
We're not in the clear.
Yeah.
Don't get caught up in getting gold and rings and having things. Stay
Stay
focused.
It happens in the work when brothers are starting the spirit.
Yep.
And brothers are accomplishing things, and brothers are changing and ranking up and getting stronger and getting on point and getting more potent. That stage happens, and then there's this phase where men hit a wall, and they hit a wall, and after a while it starts becoming about, you know what,
getting things. What am I not getting?
I've busted my tail, but I feel like I don't really have the things necessary that I think I deserve.
Mm-hmm.
And then the spirit start pulling in, these opportunities start pulling in, and people start presenting options, or
Distractions.
demons start presenting options. You could do this with the spirit the Most High gave you.
Mm-hmm.
You can go ahead over here with the what you know now and the ability you have right now. You can be over here winning, and you start getting all these options on the table about what you could be doing, and then it starts splitting the focus of men.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, from that point, they lose that potency, and then they start getting steamrolled, and they start regressing back to previous stages.
Yep.
The idea of the concept of greed, or once again self-gratification, it kills the growth of the military and of the body.
God. So listen, it's almost like when you start getting blessings. When you start getting blessings, we better fight like heck to stay disciplined, because that's also the challenge. When we get blessed, we get effeminate.
Yeah.
That's what happened to us when we crossed over and we beat the Canaanites, and we inhabited vineyards and homes and property that was already ready made. We sat back here and got the properties, and we made it about the blessings and forgot the discipline and the connection to the Most High necessary to keep anything you got. So in a small mid-battle, what Judas did to Israel was saying, listen, let's not get caught up in the victory. Let's not get caught up in the spoils. Maintain your discipline. Maintain your strength. So what's that?
And that idea and that notion that the Most High gave us the victory, so why not?
Yep.
That could play on anybody.
God.
Because keep in mind that the spoils could have been a thirst for those men, because they did give up everything and flee into the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
They had been living as vagabonds on the run in caves and hideouts since Mattathias slew that man that was trying to get him to sacrifice swine.
Yep.
So the uncomfortable living could make you thirsty for wanting spoils, going without for a long time. You could tell yourself, man, this is my time. The Most High gave us the victory. It's my time to come up. It's my time to have something. And so that could be deceiving if you don't have the right leadership there telling you, no, even though we've been without for a while, it's still not time to go for yourself. It can be very deceptive.
God.
But it takes good leadership to say, hey, it's not the time for this.
But there's soldiers literally up in the hill. Once they find out the rest of their men are running, you might get the best of their fighting right now. You sitting back here with rings in your hand and gold on your body.
Not in a fighting spirit anymore.
Not in a fighting spirit.
I'm not in the spirit of fight. I'm in the spirit of celebration.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a spirit of comfort. I'm a spirit of
greed.
Imagining what I can do, what I can spend, where I can go. And I'm going into a fantasy mode.
God. So listen, the leader has to his job is to keep the military and the army in the body of Christ focused and disciplined. And so what verse are we at? First Maccabees what, sir?
17.
Okay, read to 17 again.
First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 17. And said to the people, be not greedy of the spoils, inasmuch as there is a battle before us. And Gorgias and his host are here by us in the mountain. But stand ye now against our enemies, and overcome them. And after this ye may boldly take the spoil.
Is that after we finish dealing with these 6,000 guys above us in the mountains, then we can relax, have a good time, collect our spoils, and talk about the little trinkets we got. Read on.
As Judas was yet speaking these words, there appeared a part of them looking out of the mountain.
As he's speaking and letting them know, then there appeared a part of them looking out from the mountain. Read on.
Who, when they perceived that the Jews had put their host to flight and were burning the tents, for the smoke that was seen declared what was done.
So they're like, man, they won. The smaller dudes won, and now we got 6,000 guys up here. What the hell are we going to do? But once again, in the process, he's saying, be on standby, because these guys are ready to come at us. Read on.
When therefore they perceived these things, they were sore afraid. And seeing also the host of Judas in the plains ready to fight.
Seeing them ready to fight, Listen, you can't discount the fact that the Most High can put the spirit of fear on other men. Listen, we see every day with brothers how the Most High sits back here and sends delusions, right or wrong.
Yep.
We talk to men every day. They're talking about they see people looking at them, they watching them, they coming to get them,
That's a real thing.
and they're sitting back here looking through windows, afraid of their life, hiding out because whatever the hell spirit the Most High got on them, they think somebody's out for them. Am I right or wrong?
Huh?
That's a real thing that happens to Israelites when they're doing the things they ain't supposed to do. But the Most High has the capability to send these delusions and these extreme fear, panicky fear scenarios at you. You telling me he won't sit back and do the same thing to soldiers? And this is another way how the Most High defends us. He just puts a strong spirit of fear on you. Because all we did is we took the first punch.
Yeah.
When we gave them, we gave the first punch and they just crumbled. Just like the Most High was trying to get us to do against those Canaanites. Just give them the first punch and they're going to topple. Every time we fought those Canaanites, more times than not, we just hit them a couple times and they broke. It's like a reoccurring thing. The Most High softens them up. He puts the spirit of fear in them already. And all we got to do is show up and they fold. But when we're afraid,
So
it emboldens, it empowers them.
that makes a lot of
It's
sense.
really, but look throughout history. When we was fighting, when we crossed over the Jordan, we started fighting them. All we did is start fighting and blowing horns, and they started running. Remember we walked Jericho 7 times. The building fell. We started yelling, and they got the hell out of there. And we were killing folks as they were running away from us. But you read throughout the history, they kept being afraid. All we would do was show up and they would run.
A partial minded example of that is like these cops who are scared for no reason. Like, why are you so afraid? Like, I thought he had a gun. I thought I was gonna do this. They really do be having that fear about it.
God,
We can laugh about it, or we could be like, these cops are super racist, which they partially are. But a lot of them be so afraid of an unarmed man. Cats be half crippled and paralyzed. Cats be older. Cats be super young, 13-year-old boy looking 16.
Yeah.
And think he's a grown 30-year-old man. They have this perception of us, but their perception is fear-based.
Mm-hmm.
And it initiates, it really creates a extreme response from them. Because they're so scared.
Yeah.
But in a war scenario, where you're on the right-hand side of the Most High, that works to your benefit.
Yeah. And that's the point. And these guys are afraid. They see all these tents getting burnt up. 6,000 men on the low ground. 41,000 of their guys are gone. And it's just them at the top of the hill like, damn, what are we going to do? If they wiped their city, they didn't see how the fight went down. So if they took down 41,000, they got the hell out of here. Well, how are we going to sit back here and deal with these guys? Then they look bigger than what they really are.
Yep.
Yeah.
They look bigger and stronger and faster all of a sudden. that 6,000 looks like 20,000. Like, I don't want no part of these guys. I can have this goddamn country. I'm going back to Greece.
I don't want none of this.
I'm eating my weekend olive oil like in Greece. I'll take the olive oil in Greece. Forget this Jew olive oil. Forget this Jew olive oil. You can have this shit.
That's true.
All we had was summer fruits and olive oil. We had nothing else we could sell out. Anyway, well, let's continue.
1 Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 22. They fled every one into the land of strangers. Then Judith returned to the spoil.
So what happened is they fled every one into the land of strangers. So those guys was in the mountains, and they found a way to get the hell out of those mountains and go to some nations' countries. I'm trying to find out where the hell Emmaus is. The good thing is Emmaus is close. Remember we read in I think it was in verse 15. Read verse 15 again.
Verse 15. Howbeit all the hindmost of them were slain by the sword, and they pursued them unto Gazera, and unto the plains of
So Gazera is Gaza. Then it's Idumea. Gaza is in the land of the ancient Philistines. What else?
and Azotus,
I don't know where Azotus is, but read on.
and Jamnia.
Jamnia is far west. is getting you close to the Mediterranean Sea. So they're sitting back here and spreading east. They're spreading south. They're spreading everywhere. It wasn't just all the 41,000 ran south. Some of them ran south. Some of them ran southeast. Some of them went to far west. They did whatever the hell they could to get the hell out of Dodge. And they was rolling. They got the hell out of there. So this is what's happening then. So now you got this next batch of guys under Gorgias. They did the same thing. They went to all the little neighboring countries of the nations. They all went west, or they all went west and north. They got the hell out of Dodge to escape. Okay? So read that verse 22 again.
Verse 22. They fled every one into the land of strangers. Then Judas returned to spoil the tents.
So now it says, now let's get this bread. Now let's get these resources. Now let's get this food so we can sit back here and take it back to our people and sustain ourselves.
Why get the spoils if you still got to look over your shoulder?
God, you gonna have silk on your shoulder. Why you gonna have silk on your clothes? Why you gonna put silk on your body? You still gotta fight it.
I'm not in a fighting spirit right now.
Hell no, not with soft clothes on. Not with delicate garments on. That's what they're looking for. Read verse 23 again.
Verse 23. Then Judas returned to spoil the tents, where they got much gold and silver and blue silk.
How you gonna fight with blue silk on?
Yeah.
You can't fight.
I'm not messing this up.
You don't want to. You don't want
no blood on no blue silk, guy.
You gotta be like Ving Rhames when he gets bullet hole. He said, "You shot my Versace." Put a hole in my Versace.
You don't want nobody putting holes in your Versace.
No, don't do that.
That's angry. That makes you angry. So it says blue silk. Read on.
And purple of the sea.
Listen, you want purple on the sea to be on you, man. That's for your girl.
That's Tyranian purple.
That's Tyranian purple. Listen, it's foreign.
Yeah.
It's foreign purple. That's a reward for fighting so vigorously. Yep. Read on.
And great riches.
So they sat back here and stopped what they were doing. Then they did the proper spoiling of the riches. Now what we're going to read in 2 Maccabees 8, this is how you know their hearts were right. 2 Maccabees chapter 8, verse 25 through 28. Make sure I get there. Okay. 25 through 28.
2 Maccabees, chapter 8 and verse 25. And took their money that came to buy them, and pursued them far, but lacking time they returned.
So what he did is also, in the midst of Judas and them killing all of those soldiers, they also killed a lot of the slave traders. Don't forget, the slave traders brought money so they can sit back here and do it by the slaves. And once that purchase was made, the money was supposed to go to Rome. But all those slave traders, they were getting killed too. So all those bags of money and gold and silver, that's why it says we picked up a lot of gold and silver, because the gold and silver was being brought to buy the slaves.
Well, that's how I set them up.
He set them up. And also started to bankroll us enough so we can start sustaining ourselves a little more and taking care of the poor. So that's why the gold and silver, where the gold and silver came from. Because the soldiers didn't just walk around with a bunch of gold and silver. The slave traders did. Read on.
For it was the day before the Sabbath, and therefore they would no longer pursue them.
Mm-hmm.
So when they had gathered their armor together and spoiled their enemies.
So they gathered all the armor there because they can use it. They were lacking in armor. They gathered all the armor. Read on. Spoiled the enemies. Yep.
And spoiled their enemies.
Mm-hmm.
They occupied themselves about the Sabbath.
So the crazy thing is, this is why I was reading earlier. Why the hell were they getting purple? Why would the soldiers be having purple on that? It was those merchants that were trading purples and trading garments and materials for slaves. It was part of the slave deal. So they were accumulating all of these valuable items so they can sell them and use them for their people.
It just shows you how the Most High can flip the enemy's plans and tactics on his own head.
Kinda.
How the same thing that you were about to be bought with silver, gold, purple raiment, clothing, fine linens. You were about to be purchased with that. Now you just destroyed the people that was going to trade you with that as a commodity, and now you own what you were going to be purchased with.
God.
It's like taking over the plantation house.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, and kicking out the master.
God.
And now the master worked for you.
God. God. That's the plan. The Most High flipped it all inside out. Okay, so read verse 27 again.
Verse 27. So when they had gathered their armor together and spoiled their enemies, they occupied themselves about the Sabbath, yielding exceeding praise and thanks to the Lord, who had preserved them unto the day, which was the beginning of mercy distilling upon them.
So they're realizing all of these victories is the Most High giving us mercy. Because even when we get to the point of the dedication, the crazy thing is, it is the Feast of Dedication, but it's really about the Feast of Rededicating. And the Most High, how the Most High is a power of what? Second chances out. This is why they said about the Most High is merciful. Because he could have wiped us out for that level of hatred and a level of a lack of care for our culture. But the Most High is merciful and is loving. And he gives us second chances if we're willing to fight back and do right once you make the mistake. We'll go into that in a little bit later, but he is a father of second chances, and he's a father of mercy. And you get corrected, he corrects you, but he will sit back here and get you out of your corrected state as long as you're willing to work hard to fix what the mistakes you made. Because this is what's happening. We have to work. Now we got to fight for every tooth and nail that we get because we squandered it in the past. An unloving and unmerciful father would sit back here and never give you any opportunity to get back right.
I'm never going to give you a shot to get back.
A loving father sits back here and makes you work tooth and nail for it to get redemption back. And that's why the Most High is great. That's why he's powerful. And that's why he's the greatest power around. Because he'll give us second chances. And all of us need second chances. The problem with Israel is we don't want to work hard from being in that position of having to get a second chance. Because you got to work, we're going to read it down the line in Baruch, but you got to give 10 times more to make it right.
Yeah.
And we don't want to do. We think that's unfair. The Most High is merciful. What we think is unfair is how hard we got to work to get back in his good graces. But these men understood that this second chance is worth it. Yeah, we're living in the mountains. Yeah, we're living check to check, just meal for meal. Mm-hmm. But the fact that he keeps giving us chances, this is why you got to be praising him constantly, giving him thanksgiving. Because he keeps giving you chances, even though we keep squandering opportunities. So when you're looking at your life and you're saying why my life is so hard and why unfair it is, really what it is it's unfair in your eyes because you don't want to work as hard as you got to work to get back where you got to be. Because you squandered it. Yeah. You squandered it in the first place, and now you don't like how hard you got to work to get back right.
I disagree with how hard I have to work.
Because I just want to show up and then get rewarded because I tried again a second time. And that's not how the Most High works. Now every little step battles. You look on the screen, we had to fight. There's one on top. There's Bostra on the far right in on the east of Jordan. You have Hebron, not Hebron, but you have Bethera, you have Emmaus, you have Beth Horon, you have Etzah. You have all these battles that we have to fight in order to show the Most High we're serious about getting our land back. We're serious about restoring our nation back. He doesn't give it to us easy. We got to keep fighting and keep fighting and keep fighting until we prove to the Most High we deserve what we're about to get.
It's the exact same process as us getting into the land of Canaan.
And it's the school again. Getting into the school in our name.
Yeah.
We sat back and squandered the first opportunity. You think he's going to give us the second opportunity easy?
No. It's been harder.
We got to grind. You're going to grind your ass up because you squandered it the first time. You don't give a damn who's the one who squandered it.
Collectively, it was.
He don't care. He don't
Collectively.
care who squandered it, who made the bad choices. What he cares about is the fact that you guys got to work doubly hard to get it. Because you lost the first one. Now you got to prove that you love me enough and I come first enough to get it again.
How about that?
And either you're going to sit back and accept the conditions of the work that you got to put in to get restored, or you're going to quit and get mad and be the victim that it's got to be so hard again.
And that's the perplexing state. If I can't get past that process, then I can't get to my goal.
You'll never see the Most High's mercy. You won't see the Most High's mercy. You won't see His redemption because you don't want to work hard enough to get it back again.
Because that really valley of indecision.
Yeah.
It's the valley of indecision.
Yeah.
Their brothers being out.
Yeah.
I don't know how. Because brother give it up for like maybe 2 or 3 days. Then you realize, man,
It's so hard. It's so hard. How many more years, months, how many more months I got to go through this?
how many more days or one? Then you don't know how long you gotta fight. That's the real crazy part.
God.
The real crazy part, most I don't tell you how long you gotta fight.
Well, this is why do you think Judas said, listen, man, accept you're going to die?
That's the better.
How about that? He said that. That's why I said you got to accept that worst case scenario. Maybe it might take the rest of my life to get it back. Then accept that. Let's get that out the way. So I can deal with it now and be at peace.
The worst
So you
news-
can stop wondering, when is it going to happen? Really look around.
The worst news you can hear is that you're gonna be here and your children will be back in Israel. But you're gonna die
But rejoice. Rejoice. You're going to die. Listen, he said, plant your vineyards. Plant your vineyards. Build your homes. Rejoice. In 70 years, your children will come back and get it, man. Your grandchildren, really your grandchildren, will be able to enjoy it. Rejoice, though. I'm giving your nation a second chance. How about that?
Tough, man.
But he's giving us a chance to redeem ourselves. He's giving us a chance every single day. And this is important. The Most High is a God and a power of second chances. Can we accept?
And that's the reason why we should serve the Most High. Because all of the guys, they are what they are, bro. They're just really they're I'm not gonna say anything crazy online.
Don't.
But the Most High.
Oh, don't. We're not supposed to say crazy things online. We're like, boop, 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 boop. We don't like these guys. They already don't like us enough. They already don't like us. Don't make them not like us more than they don't like us.
Listen, your father gives a second chance. That's
the point.
Ain't that the truth?
People will like that. We'll get those up now. Lord is a power of second chances. The end. But we just don't like how long it takes to get back to what we once lost.
Right.
We don't like that. But listen, Judas and them are having to fight tooth and nail under ridiculous odds every day, being consistently uncomfortable until they earn. Because listen, the funny thing is this: if you just listen how we do, you read about 2 Maccabees 4. You're at the end of it. Yeah, we get the kingdom. We clean up the temple, and it's like, yeah, we got the temple. You would think it's over at that point.
Celebrate Hanukkah.
You would think it's over after the celebration. It just begins. There's more war and battle after that. We just don't go after chapter 4, verse whatever number 52.
Yeah.
The reality though is there's more wars after that. You still don't stop. And the Most High, like, okay, now you've won. Congratulations. You won 3 months. You won 3 fights. You got it. Now you're going to regain your kingdom back. Now what is happening, all the smaller jurisdictions starts to attack them again.
Yeah.
Until the Greeks get powered up again and come back again to do it again.
Because you're just not going to quit because you won.
That's my point. And this is what happens when we sit back here and screw up. We got to work triply, quadruply hard enough to get back and get, for the Most High, to regain and give us back what we once lost.
And
then you got to fight to maintain it once you get it.
It's no different than unclean spirits. The unclean spirits always want to come back in.
Yes.
You know, he said they bring 7 more spirits more vile than the first.
Yeah.
So anytime you cast out anything, whether it's a negative people or negative spirit, they always want to come back in. And that means you got to stay on guard to be ready.
And that's what we don't like. What we want to do is fight for a period of time and then relax.
Yep.
We want to fight for a particular period of time, and then the battle is over. Rejoice. Rejoice. We won. And that is not life. You fight and you fight and you fight because you love fighting. You serve and you serve and you serve because you love serving the Most High. And that's what we don't understand. Don't forget, David fought until his soldiers said, "You got to get off the warfield, man.
Yeah,
We can't have you. You know, listen, we're going to retire you. It's okay. You did a great job."
he was great. He was great head to toe out.
And he was slow. He was tired out. He was wheezing out there, fighting these young bucks out. He's like, "Okay, I'm going to retire you."
You like Robert Parrish out there.
Robert Parrish. No, I'm going to say Kareem. Because Kareem played way past he was supposed to play at. Remember the Showtime Lakers act? It'd be 4 against 5, huh? And then Kareem's just hobbling up to the court like, dude, what's going on? Why is he on the court? Everybody's pushing tempo, huh? They're in the half court set moving the ball around, and Kareem hasn't gotten his position yet, huh? The conversion's supposed to guard him. He ain't got nobody to guard him like this. I might as well guard this guy because Kareem ain't got back to the side of the court yet. I remember those days, huh? People never know. People forgot why he did that. You know, it's like, is he my business partner took all his money out when in the mid '80s, so he had to keep playing.
He was rich. He had to play till he was older.
He had to play because he my business guy stole all his millions. So he was broke. That's why he was taking forever to get to the other side of the court on offense.
He has all the stats. He has all the highest stats.
That's why the highest.
He's so good.
He wasn't good. Listen, he was great, and he played way past his time. One of the things they gave him when he retired, they gave him like a rocking chair.
Oh man!
I think Milwaukee, his first team, gave him like a rocking chair. They do that to retirees because you're an older guy. But point is, what's my point? Is that he played way past his time, and they moved on without him. Anyway, what am I trying to say?
They say he played 20 seasons out.
Yeah, his knees were shot. He played 4 years of college, too. So he played 24 years of high-level basketball, bro. His body was out of there, right? Anyway, what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is you got to fight until the Most High removes you out the way.
Yep.
And somebody else tells you to sit down. Too many times we're wired to work hard for a period of time and then coast. And take it easy. Because we're looking for the out. We're looking for the break. If you stop looking for the break, then that will no longer be an obstacle. What people don't understand is, you know what kills most people is retirement anyway.
Yeah.
Retirement kills you. So if we'll all know that because we'll hear that about Esau having issues like that. When you retire, you start getting sick quicker. Then why retire in the spirit ever? It's just so hard. It's just so hard. It's hard to fight every day.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. Listen, you have to learn to love the hardness that comes from dedicating. If you love it, you won't ever run from it. In the next battle, you'll look forward for the next battle. We dread the next battle. We dread it. And wonder why the Most High is not so quick to give you what you want. Because he knows once you get it, you're going to coast. You're going to be comfortable. So this is a lesson about never putting your foot off the gas and always challenging yourself and always embracing the spiritual battle. If you want to please the Most High, if you want the Most High on your side, embrace the battle. And always look for the next one. And embrace, if you've messed up, he will give you a second and third chance. But the only difference is it's going to be harder to be restored. Can we accept that? It's going to be harder to get restored. That's why you know somebody who sits back here and slips and they go left and their heart ain't pure at the most. I'm not talking about a person leaving the truth. It ain't got to be that extreme. It could be a person who sits back here and loses confidence in the work. Loses confidence in their counselors. Loses confidence in seeing the good in things. When you get detached like that, it takes a long time to get the Spirit to work with you again. The Spirit, you got to put years back in of good works for the Most High to honor you the way He used to honor you. You think you can sit back here and have negative outlooks, look at things in the worst case, look at the camp messed up, look at your life and the truth messed up, play yourself as the victim, and then all of a sudden you come back to class for a couple weeks, month or two, and the Spirit's with you again? That's not real. Why would he give you and restore to you something so quickly when you spit in his face just 3 or 4 months prior? Why would he do that? Why would he trust you again like that? You don't think you got to put many years back in to gain that trust that you lost from your conduct? Why do you think it's fair for the Most High that's what forgiveness looks like? Forgiveness doesn't look like that in any scenario. That's when a man breaks his wife's trust in him. Then the man, oh, you don't trust me. I got off that narcotic. What?
That was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. I am a new man again. Like, shit. No, you ain't. I didn't got off that narcotic.
Matilda, I'm different.
You trying to help out? I got off that narcotic. Like, I'm supposed to lock in and trust you again?
Listen, bro.
Just because you said you got out the narcotic and you're intense about that?
3-day clean streak.
Yeah. Then you got to trust me and give me the bread again?
There's a video, bro.
But listen, for women can understand that, right?
Yeah.
I got to trust you again because you said you got right?
Yeah.
Women say, hell no. You got to put some time in and I'll trust you, right? Then how is the Most High any different than us? We backslided as negative and inconsistent and got dog crap thoughts. And all of a sudden we go back and try to get the Holy Spirit back into us coming to class, huh? Yep. Shalom. You got to put time in. I got to trust you again. I don't trust your thoughts. I don't trust that if you don't get your way again, you ain't going to turn on me. How is that not a realistic understanding? But he still is merciful and he still gives us second chances. It's just not going to be in the time that you want. Anyway, does that make sense? I hope it does. What verse are we at? Second Maccabees.
28. Second Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 28.
Okay.
And after the Sabbath, when they had given part of the spoils to the maid.
So now what ends up happening is they do right by the booty. They do right by the surplus. Now they're going to sit back here and take care of the maimed.
Yeah.
The people that are punished. The people that have suffered. Maybe they're maimed because they were tortured. Maybe they were maimed by birth. Maybe they were maimed because they stood up for what was right and the Greeks punished them.
They suffer.
So we got to take care of the maimed because the maimed can't fend for themselves. This is how you always stay in the right space with the Most High, is when you're taking care of Israel who can't take care of themselves and they're trying to do the right thing. Read on.
And the widows.
And the widows. He says, now we're going to take this money and these resources and take care of these widows. We're going to take care of these children and these fatherless children and take care of them and use these resources to take care of them and not just fatten our pockets. Read on. Even though, they was hungry too. They were living day to day by their wits. But we're going to still take these resources and take care of the sick first. Read on.
The residue they divided among themselves and their servants.
After the sick and the needy got theirs first, then the soldiers were able to keep theirs and get theirs taken care of. It shows you they were in the right spirit the entire time, and they kept things spiritual. They kept things based on what the Most High wanted. And the Most High was always first. Meaning the sentiment that the Most High had was first. Read on.
Verse 29?
Yep.
Verse 29. And when this was done, they had made a common supplication. They besought the merciful Lord to be reconciled with his servants forever.
Then he says that then the hope and the prayer was that the Most High can be reconciled to us forever. Now listen, that's easier said than done. It's a beautiful prayer, but that takes work for us to be reconciled forever. The Most High promised never to give up on us, and that we'd always be his people. But to promise reconciliation forever, that's not realistic. Because we kept breaking our side of the deal. Listen, at that particular time, we deserved reconciliation. But down the line, we kept changing our allegiances. Changing our heart. So we were praying. We were praying. You know why they said we hope we get reconciliation forever? Because they understood how hard it was and how much work it was to regain what they lost. They understood how hard it was to sit back here and get back right with the Heavenly Father and get the Most High back on our side. You're like, Father, we pray to this. We never have to go through this again. Because this is hard as hell. But if you ever notice, there is a habit through history. One generation fights hard to build something up. 2 or 3 generations in the line, everything falls back apart.
It don't take that long.
1 generation maybe. And so there's constantly this problem. One of the main reasons why we can never build anything is because Israel don't stay on point long enough to get built. Israel is too selfish and untrustworthy for the Most High to keep building with them every single generation. Everybody else got a different motive, a different intention, a different reason for getting up in the morning.
I read this on Wednesday. It's Proverbs chapter 22, verse 21.
Okay.
And the Most High built this up, and He has no problem building this up. It's just that we take a stance in the mind frame when He does build us up that makes the Most High turn off from us. Read that.
Proverbs chapter 22 and verse 21.
Jeremiah chapter 22. I'm sorry. That's in Proverbs. Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 21.
Jeremiah chapter 22 and verse 21.
Read that.
I spake unto thee in thy prosperity.
Yeah, the Most High. The problem is when we have a condition of prosperity and the Most High is trying to talk to us. Read on.
But thou saidest, I will not hear.
So that's the problem why the poverty has to come right around the corner. Because Jezreel waxed fat and kicked. We get stubborn when everything's fixed. When our condition is fixed and comfortable and our condition is plush and laid out and well secured, then as far as when the Most High is trying to talk to us, he no longer can talk to us because we close our ears up. Because the condition is good. If we were able to keep an open mind, keep open ears while things were good, it'd be different. The Most High could sustain us in a good state for a lot longer. But being the fact that the Most High knows something about us, He's saying that when He does speak to us in our prosperity, when everything's running right, read.
I will not hear.
Go ahead.
This had been thy manner from thy youth.
He says, you've been doing this for a long time. Every time it's not like a brand new thing with the Most High. He knows that when things are substantiated and we're doing well, we're established as a people. Houses are established, personal conditions, food is established, our welfare is established. When all these things are laid out for us, we stop listening easily, quickly, and the Most High is not that important anymore. Read on.
That thou obeyest not my voice.
He says, so the first person we reject is who?
The Father.
The Most High. But why do we reject the Most High? It's almost like poverty is a can opener for our ears. It's like it takes something or a bad condition to get us to wake up and say, hey, I need to listen to the Lord. I need to open the Bible. I need to read the Bible. If it wasn't for the conditions being bad, the Most High knows we would hardly ever want to even listen to Him. You know, it's very conditional in our servitude to the Lord. The conditions are bad, we listen. If the conditions are good, we don't listen. We kick. He says that thou obeyest not my voice. So the Most High has to set up situations for us where things have to get bad again. Read on.
Verse 22. The wind shall eat up all thy pastors.
So now the Most High got to take away the people that are trying to tell you what to do. Now you got to learn for yourself. Now, you got to figure out on your own now. And when you got to figure it out on your own now, and the Most High knows that that's the only way you're going to actually seek to listen or seek to understand His way. Is when you got to figure it all out on your own, because you wasn't listening when everything was established. And so the Most High knows this about us, and so we're very fickle people. We serve the Lord, especially when things are bad. We're more willing to hear. Let that go and go back to where we are.
But you know it's crazy, but that proves that's how you know we're always going to be behind the 8 ball. Because we're always going to sit back here and fail and work our way up to get back to the Most High's approval. This is why black folks can't come together, because Israel as a unit can't stay in order. Can't stay in order and be appreciative for long stretches of time, for multiple generations. Because Esau can sit back here and build an empire based upon robbing, stealing, and killing, and corruption, until the Most High gets rid of that kingdom. So those empires can stay in power forever. Our only ability to stay in power, the way we stay in power, is based upon what? Every generation being obedient. We're doomed. Every generation got to be obedient and love the Most High and serve God and take the Most High serious. And that's how we keep our kingdom. This is why we're like this.
Yep.
One generation after the other. It's up and down, up and down.
Like those kings charts.
First, the northern king. Well, I'm going to say the northern kingdom was like this, all down. At least Judah was like this. Couple in the middle.
Yeah.
But that's crazy. And we wonder why we can't come together, because we can't live a honorable, humble life long enough to see the benefits of it. We're constantly doing right for a little bit, then we're sinning. Then we have to sit back and put years back in to regain the Most High's trust. Then we sit back and get His trust, and then we lose His trust again. Then we have to fight to get His trust again. We don't get those considerations because we're inconsistent for too long of a period of time. And then if you do get a generation that stays strong for a period of time, is that next generation going to stay strong? Coin toss. Don't know. But that's the point. We're used to playing behind the 8 ball. Oh, so where are we at in 2 Maccabees? 8 and what?
29.
Let's not do 29 yet. Yeah, let's do. We're gonna go 29 to 31. Yes, let's do that.
2 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 29. When this was done, and they had made a common supplication, they besought the merciful Lord to be reconciled with His servants forever. Moreover, of those that were with Timotheus and Bacchides, who fought against them, they slew above 20,000, and very easily got high and strongholds, and divided among them many spoils more, and made the main orphans, widows, yea, and the aged also equal in spoils with themselves.
So what's happening is this. When we get into verse 29 down, this is after that battle at Emmaus. This is a separate battle, a separate war altogether. And in this separate war, this is us fighting Israelites, or other Israelites that had other rebel groups that were obviously pro-Greek, that mustered up the courage to try to find us. That's what it is. Timotheus and Bacchides, these guys sit back here. The ones that fought with them were 20,000 and they got slain. It's a reminder we're constantly still fighting rebel groups. We're fighting that negative influence. Just like right here, the Maccabees are constantly fighting negative influences all amongst Judea, all amongst Israel. This is what happens when you start to sin and you start to lose faith and you start to not see the beauty in serving the Most High. Now you start collecting a ton of what? Bad spiritual habits. Now you make your battle 10 times harder. This is why it's harder to sit back here and get back to the Most High. Because now you have additional negative that you have to overcome on top of the negative that was already inside of you. Shamshawan mentioned in the verse where it says, seven, you get 7 more demons greater than the other one that comes after you. Once you leave, once a man leaves. They bring 7 more spirits that are worse than them to come back to inhabit that house. So that house, your spiritual house, is inhabited with all this extra filth. Now you have extra battles, internal battles you have to defeat in you on top of the regular battles you have to defeat in you. So just as much as Judas and them are fighting these large outside numbers of Israelites, they have to fight all these other Israelites, and they got to keep fighting this internal group of Jews that are wicked as hell. These internal Jews that are out the Spirit and not pleasing the Heavenly Father, that were negatively impacted with this Greek expansion and us taking on the Greek process.
You know, that comes, that uphill battle that you're explaining comes from letting yourself go.
Yep.
And when you live life without discipline, and you say to yourself, "Well, I don't care no more,"
Mm-hmm.
you know, well, that comes with a cost. Because now, when it's time to care, you gotta try even harder to get yourself back up to some type of stability. No different than a doctor say, "Hey, man, you shouldn't be smoking. You had to remove one lung." Well, I don't care. Everybody got to die sometime.
All right.
Everybody got to die sometime. And then now you got one lung removed, and then you're fighting to breathe with one lung with machines, with machinery. And then now you're trying to take pills and try to exercise and try to walk. And I'm trying to do all the things that I should have been doing from the very beginning. But now the battle is even higher to climb.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because we adopt that, well, you know what, doesn't matter. It doesn't care. I don't care. The Greeks, they're eventually going to take over anyway.
Yeah.
Now you got Greeks in your backyard.
Yep.
Now you got kids with Greek names.
Yep.
Now you got Greek food, Greek restaurants everywhere. Now you got Greek culture.
Now you have your sons don't want to serve the Most High no more.
Now they want to serve Diana. They want to go.
Yeah.
They want to go to Dionysus' party.
Yep.
And so now you didn't care. That's because you don't care. Your kids are going to be kids. Now you got to fight an even harder battle to sustain your kids.
Or the kids saw how dysfunctional and unhappy their parents were serving the Most High. Why do I want to serve the Most High? Well, my parents were unhappy serving the Most High.
Huh?
You don't think they saw that? They saw unhappiness. So I want to mimic this life. When I saw my mom and dad unhappy, maybe living a different life is the way for me. This is a real thing too.
Yeah. But when we develop that I don't care mentality, man, it comes with a cost. It makes the battle even harder.
God,
Getting back right.
there's no doubt.
It's almost like the things that we neglected are the things that we have to fight even harder.
God. And if we stop serving the Most High and we stop making Him the priority, the battle gets harder and harder and harder. So we have more things to fight that we have to fight for a prolonged time in order the Most High to see that we're worthy of that second opportunity. He's going to give you the second chance. But are you going to sit back here and control and fight to manage all this negative that you have acquired in your progressing forward for a longer stretch of time, and then the Most High grants you that blessing? That's the hard part. The hard part is playing catch up and fixing a bunch of crap and having to do it for a long time, a couple months, couple years.
The old saying is, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready.
That's the truth.
If you stay ready, you don't got to get ready.
Israel don't want to stay ready. Israel wants to stay ready for a stint and then stop.
I want to stay ready when the emergency happens.
We don't want to live like that.
Yeah.
In order to stay ready, you have to live disciplined.
You have to live.
You have to love discipline. You have to love putting yourself last.
Yep.
And that's the challenge.
And then the battle to get right isn't that hard.
Yep.
A couple tweaks here and there. You don't have to reinvent the wheel to get back right.
Done.
A couple tweaks, couple changes, and things could be okay.
Yep.
If you're disciplined in that mentality.
Gone.
Like
I said, I can sit back here and with me trying to just work on my health, how far I've slipped and how far I've let myself go. Now I'm trying to sit back here and make the adjustments. It's like, listen, I've been going really crazy with changing diet and working out and eating right. And because I'm getting older, and my metabolism ain't the same. I'm going crazy. Listen, the level of work I'm putting in now, I would have lost 40 pounds by now. I would have shaved everything if I was doing this in my 20s. Now I'm sitting back here going crazy and losing 3 pounds a week. I'm like, damn, bro, this is what you get because I didn't stay ready. If I would have been eating right and staying ready every damn day, I wouldn't have to sit back and go through this crazy battle just to shave some pounds down. I'm logging in miles. I am sweating. I'm putting the work in. I'm eating right, making. I refuse to eat that. I abstain from this meal. I am not going to eat that because it's fried. I'm doing all kind of things. Mental gymnastics, fighting this, and I'm like, what's the reward? Let me get on this scale. 3 pounds. I'm like, and you ever heard those like, prepare.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you lost 3. Congratulations.
Yeah.
You was looking for 6 pounds, 7 pounds off. You thought you was gonna sit back here and fix this quick, huh? You thought you was gonna be fit by mid-August, huh? You thought you ain't gonna have no problems by September, huh? You gonna have to work. We're gonna have to run this. You gonna have to run this down in December. Then you gonna feel like you're $1 million. You ready gonna do it? You gonna do this work for? You gonna do 6 days a week and put this work in till December? You gonna do that? It's a perfect reminder about when you're trying to get right and you want to go hard for 2 months. I'm doing great. Lord, look at my dedication. I'm dedicated. You gonna sit back here and be dedicated in that cold? When that hawk get out here and that wind get out here, that sideways rain, you gonna go out here in that sideways rain and get that walk in? You gonna do that? I'm waiting. I want to see how dedicated you is. How much work you gonna put in? Are you gonna sit back here and stay in that warm, toasty bed? It's too cold to go outside right now. It's too cold. It's not wisdom to do that right now. That's not wise. Why do that? And then you show that you don't want to do. You're not taking it serious. How about that? It's a bunch of examples saying the same thing. For everything you don't stay on top of, you got to work 10 times harder, and you got to accept that. And you got to do it until it's done. And stop looking at how long it's going to take. Why don't you focus on why you screwed up in the first place and focus on that. Focus on how sloppy and slothful you were to get you in this situation versus sitting back here saying how hard you've been working lately. Because you weren't thinking about how hard you've been working lately for the last 15 years of messing up.
Yeah, eating bad.
And making bad choices. I used to always joke about the Dub Shack guy. I joked about it because I played around with the Dub Shack for years. Now look at it. You better fight. You better get away from that place. That canola oil, you better stop using canola oil. Seed oils. That's the devil. I'm serious. Anyway, what am I trying to say? All I'm trying to say is this is how the Most High works us. It's constant battles everywhere you go, but that happens because you ain't stayed on top of your battles in the first place. If we can accept that dynamic, the battles that we have to fight to get back on the Most High side won't be so overwhelming. A lot of times we can't experience the mercy of the Most High because we're overwhelmed by how much we have to change and how long it's going to take to change it. And that's very vexing and overwhelming for us. But Khan, let's continue.
2 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 31. And when they had gathered their armor together, they laid them up all carefully in convenient places. And the remnant of the spoils they brought to Jerusalem.
So, listen. I position this a little bit early because from verse 29 to 31 was really kind of battles after we had reoccupied Jerusalem. So keep that in mind. We're going to go back to this verse. Okay? So let this verse go and go back to verse 24 now in 1 Maccabees 4.
1 Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 24. After this they went home and sung a song of thanksgiving and praised the Lord in heaven, because it is good, because his mercy endureth forever.
So now it's going back into the song of mercy and appreciation for the victory that we experienced against Nicanor and Gorgias at Emmaus. Read on.
Thus Israel had a great deliverance that day.
Mm-hmm.
Now all the strangers that had escaped...
No, before we go there, let's read Josephus, book 12, chapter 7. Paragraph 4, and get that one done before we continue in verse 26 down.
Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, Book 12, Chapter 7, Paragraph 4, line 305, page 327. And this was a speech which Judas made to encourage them. But when the enemy sent Gorgias with 5,000 foot and 1,000 horse, that he might fall upon Judas by night, and had for that purpose certain of the renegade Jews as guides.
And it said exactly what we talked about. These renegade Jews were the ones snitching and giving a direction of where the Maccabees were. Read on.
The son of Matthias perceived it, and resolved to fall upon those enemies that were in their camp. Now their forces were divided. When they had therefore supped in good time, and had left many fires in their camp, he marched all night to those enemies that were at Emmaus. So that when Gorgias found no enemy in their camp, but suspected that they were retired and had hidden themselves among the mountains, he resolved to go and seek them, wheresoever they were. But about the break of day, Judas appeared to those enemies that were at Emmaus with only 3,000 men, and those ill armed by reason of their poverty.
So once again, it is saying the same thing we read earlier. Those 3,000 men that was with Judas didn't have any weapons. We didn't have any weapons. We didn't have any high-tech gear. We were just sitting back here fighting with will and spirit. This is when spirit came through us. We didn't have weaponry at this time. Read on.
And when he saw the enemy very well and skillfully fortified in their camp, he encouraged the Jews and told them that they ought to fight, though it were with their naked bodies.
I mean, it was just with their bare hands. Fight even though all you got is your hands and your will. Read on.
For that the Most High had sometimes of old given such men strength, and that against such as more in number, and were armed also, out of a regard to their great courage. So he commanded the trumpeters to sound for the battle, and by thus falling upon the enemy when they did not expect it, and thereby astonished and disturbing their minds, he slew many of those that resisted him, and went on pursuing the rest as far as Gadara, and the plains of Idumea, and Ashdod, and Amnia. And
so Ashdod, Amnia, Ashdod, Jamnia, all these locations, Gadara, all these locations on the coastlines and in Idumea. But continue.
And of these there fell about 3,000. Yet did Judas exhort his soldiers not to be too desirous of the spoils, for that still they must have a contest and battle with Gorgias and the forces that were with him, but that when they had once overcome them, then they might securely plunder the camp, because they were the only enemies remaining, and they expected no others. And just as he was speaking to his soldiers, Gorgias' men looked down into the army which they left in their camp, and saw that it was overthrown, and the camp burnt. For the smoke that arose from it showed them, even when they were a great way off, what had happened. When therefore those that were with Gorgias understood that things were in this posture, and perceived that those that were with Judas were ready to fight them, they also were affrighted and put to flight. But then Judas, as though he had already beaten Gorgias' soldiers without fighting, returned and seized on the spoil. He took a great quantity of gold and silver and purple and blue, and then returned home with joy, and singing hymns to the Most High for their good success. For this victory greatly contributed to the recovery of their liberty.
He says this was a major battle. It backed off the slave traders, and it made these leaders proceed with caution. This is the first time this large numbers took an L in Judea. So now they had to tread lightly. Now we're going to read later on that they end up fighting in another year and losing again. But this was a major change of the tide. Okay? And the Most High was really on our side at this time. So let that go. And now let's go to verse 26 and 27. Or it's 26 to 35. In 1 Maccabees 4.
1 Maccabees chapter 4. He said starting at 26?
Yes, 26, sir.
1 Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 26. Now all the strangers that had escaped came and told Lysias what had happened, who when he heard thereof was confounded and discouraged, because neither such things as he would were done unto Israel.
So none of his goals actually stuck. Nothing was accomplished in taking out the Jews. So he was very discouraged. Read on. This is Lysias. This is the head guy that was looking after Antiochus' son, and was the captain, the general over all the forces. Okay? Read on.
Nor such things as the king commanded him were come to pass.
God.
The next year, therefore, following Lysias, gathered together 70,000 choice men afoot.
So now you ramp the numbers up. Now this next year, he brings 60,000 men. Read on. And 5,000 horsemen. Read on.
And 5,000 horsemen, that he might subdue them. So they came into Idumea, and pitched their tents in Bethsura.
Bethsura, if you look on the map, Bethsura is is in Idumea, but it's right on the cusp or the border of Judea. So Bethsura is south of Judea, near Hebron, but it is literally direct south of Judea. It's one of those red markings that you'll see on the screen. And the red marking is that, hey, these are all the major battles that we fought these people on. So in Bethsura is right below Judea, and this is where 65,000 men and horses are posted up to fight us again. Okay, read on.
And Judas met them with 10,000 men.
So now we got 10,000. So people are starting to follow now. Now our numbers are getting higher. The support is getting higher, like normally how things are. Yeah. When the Jews start seeing success, then you get fighters out of nowhere. And now people want to fight.
Well, let me see how this Most High thing work out for y'all, and then I'll give it a shot.
And that's how it is. People want to support after they've seen the victories, after they've seen the accomplishments. Now people want to support and be part of the body. But that's part of the course. Let's continue.
Verse 30. And when he saw that mighty army, he prayed and said, Blessed art thou, O Savior of Israel, who didst quell the violence of the mighty man by the hand of thy servant David, and gavest the host of strangers into the hands of Jonathan, the son of Saul, and his armor bearer. Shut up this army in the hand of thy people Israel, and let them be confounded in their power and horsemen.
Let them be confounded, meaning twisted up in their mind with their horsemen and their power. Let them realize all this power and military acumen and horses isn't going to do anything against the children of the Most High. Read on.
Make them to be of no courage, and cause the boldness of their strength to fall away, and let them quake at their destruction.
Listen, you know what Judas understood is as soon as Judas and them put the pressure on him the last battle, the fear came in. He's praying for the Most High to put the spirit of fear in men. Matter of fact, there's a verse in Leviticus that talks about part of the curses, how the Most High stings us, is by that fear.
Branch.
No, yeah, it's running from a branch, like
Shaking of a leaf.
yeah, shaking is something like that. And I thought it was Leviticus 26 because Leviticus 26 is another type of version of Deuteronomy 28. Here's one. I want to say 37, but there's one in Deuteronomy 28 also. What's
28 and 65 is good too.
28, 65?
Yep.
Yep.
What do you mean, of Leviticus?
The Deuteronomy 28.
Yeah, there is one in Deuteronomy. What do you have in 65? Let's see. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do that. Deuteronomy 28 and 65.
Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 65. And among these nations shalt thou find no ease, neither shall the sole of thy foot have rest. But the Lord shall give thee there a trembling heart, and failing of eyes, and sorrow of mind.
So it just lets you know the Most High has the power to put that spirit of fear on you. And he's praying that the Most High puts this spirit of fear on these people so that these 60,000 men can really be reduced to like 10,000. Because once the war starts, you got 10,000 against these 60,000 men, and they start losing. He's praying that let this fear roll on them so that these guys can see that this battle is not worth going crazy over and getting the hell out of there. That's what he's praying for. I was looking for something in Leviticus. I just don't know it off the top of my head, and I don't want to waste you guys' time like this. But there was a version of them with trembling and hearing, running because they heard sounds, and let me see.
Oh, shaken leaf.
Where is that?
2636.
2636.
Leviticus.
Yeah, that's what it was. See, I had it yellow and I went right past it. Read that, Leviticus 26:36.
Leviticus chapter 26 and verse 36. And upon them that are left alive of you, I will send a faintness in their hearts in the lands of their enemies.
He's going to send faintness and weakness in the hearts of the enemies. Read on.
And the sound of a shaken leaf shall chase them.
He's talking about us. The sound of a shaken leaf is going to chase him. He says, he's letting you know that fear and that doubt and that apprehension is a spirit that he puts on men because of their disobedience.
Yeah.
And this is what Judas is asking for, to put that spirit of fear on these people. So when we fight, that spirit of fear run on them and they'll get the hell out of here. It just lets you know that's fear and paranoia. That's fear and paranoia. Why would shaking leaves get you afraid? That's paranoia. Your mind is playing tricks on you. When you're sitting back here in the wrong spirit, that paranoia rises on you harder. So once again, read on, keep going.
And they shall flee, as fleeing from a sword, and they shall fall when no pursue it.
When none pursue it.
And when none pursue
You're
it.
fleeing like you're fleeing from a sword. I've seen Israel walk around here scared to go outside because they're afraid somebody's out to get them. I'm serious. That's paranoia, and that is a fear the Most High puts on you when you're up to no good.
But and just to reiterate that point that you want to read this and follow page 678. He says that spirit of fear comes on you when you refuse to listen.
Yeah.
It's line 148. It says, and if
Crazy, bro.
after all these calamities, like all the curses that the Most High put on us, they are not chastened. So if I don't take heed to correction, He says, but still proceed by crooked paths, and turn off from the straight roads which lead to truth. Then cowardice and fear shall be established in their souls, and they shall flee when no one pursues. So he's saying that fear, that cowardice, is a result of not listening. That's the reward or consequence of not heeding instruction. He says, I'll read this other point. He says, simultaneously, with other creatures, talking about animals of the universe, they'll strike terror in these men who were incapable of taking warning, and for executing implacable justice on those whose wickedness was incurable. So he says that the Most High will turn everything against you. He'll turn leaves against you, trees against you. He'll turn animals against you. And he says it's all because you couldn't be cured from your inability to listen. And so that spirit is set up for people that don't listen. That spirit of paranoia.
I don't know what else to say. That's for the Jew. Now, Judah's understanding that the spirit of fear is real, and understanding that the spirit of paranoia is real, he's praying to the Most High and asking that these 60,000 men can be stricken with fear. Like when they come down and they start warring with their 10,000, will you send that fear on them? So once again, that first strong 1-2 that they bring to the table, have these guys sit back here and run and break out of straight panic and fear.
That is Psalms. That is priest training, because it let them know thee as we have known thee.
Yeah.
That thou art the power.
God.
Let them feel we feeling that.
They're not going to understand. All of a sudden, they're just scared as shit. Yeah. And these guys look like giants. And all of a sudden, they don't think they can do it. Yeah. Whereas 5 minutes earlier, they thought they could do it. Most High is real, right? And Judas knows how to push the right buttons with the men to get them motivated. He knows exactly what to ask the Most High for the Most High to grant his request. So, give me verse 32. Give me verse 31 and 32.
First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 31. Shut up this army in the hand of thy people Israel, and let them be confounded in their power and horsemen. Make them to be of no courage, and cause the boldness of their strength to fall away, and let them quake at their destruction.
He said, let these guys quake at their destruction. Read on.
Cast them down with the sword of them that love thee, and let all those that know thy name praise thee with thanksgiving.
He's like, just let us praise you with thanksgiving after you wipe out these dudes that are another impediment in the way.
Yep.
Read on.
So they joined battle, and there were slain of the host of Lysias about 5,000 men. Even before then were they slain.
So what is he saying? He's still not giving. He's still not giving us these crazy cartoon figures out. You ever see Kill Bill out? Kill Bill 1 out? When that chick kills like single-handedly, she kills like 100 people out. Then like the crazy 88s. All these Japanese guys coming out here and she's fighting. She kills everybody in the damn building. She kills over almost 100 people. And then she kills the final boss and the movie was over. We're not getting that type of glory. We had 10,000 men and we killed 5,000. And the rest of that 55,000 bounced. That lets you know the spirit of what was on them. The spirit of fear was on them. And the Most High put that spirit of fear on them. The last battle we only killed 3,000 men. He's not giving us the glory. That's the point I'm trying to say. The glory is in us fighting our battle and having faith and staying in order. He's not giving us these. He's not letting us sit back here and wipe out all these massive numbers because we're so skilled and we're so talented and we just have so much. We're just everybody in the campus is Joe Louis and Jack Johnson. We're just whipping asses out. And Mike Tyson, everybody's just warriors and killers. We're farmers. And we're shepherds. We don't have no weapons. And with desire and fight, the 10,000 of us killed 5,000. And the Most High pushed aside everybody else because He put the spirit of fear on them.
Yeah.
And He gave us the victory. He keeps showing us He gives us the victory while simultaneously reminding us it wasn't us that did it.
Yeah,
It wasn't our talent that did it.
one of the greatest examples of that is the 3 days of darkness in Egypt,
Mm-hmm.
and the breakdown in Wisdom of Solomon 17, how they were so afraid they had heart attacks
Mm-hmm.
that their heart gave out on them. The Most High will put that kind of fear on people.
They said you could feel the darkness.
Yeah.
You could feel the darkness, and you can hear animals pass you by. You think they were hearing monkeys out? No, they were hearing predators out.
Yeah.
They were hearing predators, packs of hyenas out, lions.
Well.
They were hearing predatorial animals in pitch black darkness that you can't see, where candles couldn't even be seen in there.
Wild beasts. Listen, the fear.
You have candles on and you can't see the candles on.
Listen, the fear of wild beasts was real though, because in those times they didn't have no just we cut all the trees down and kill all the animals.
They put all the animals in zoos.
You got animal control. Don't worry about it, guys. Walk your dogs. Walk your dogs.
Yeah,
Animal control here.
Yeah.
No, bro. It was common that a wild beast would just come out and take people out. It just happens in India.
Yeah.
You got tigers living in the jungle. Like people got their tribes and their households in nature because that's what they're living at.
Yeah.
And these tigers, they have man eaters. They got to have all the men in the town look for the man eater and kill him. We're going to keep taking out more of the children and women.
Listen, there was a TV show called Survivor Man. I don't know if you ever saw that with Les Stroud. He was a great hunter, survivalist guy. He sat back the scaredest I've ever heard him when he was in India. And he said, man, they've told me this area they have Bengals out here, Bengal tigers out here. And these Bengal tigers are killers and they've tasted man blood and I'm scared. And this guy's sitting back here walking through looking for paw prints, looking for anything. And he was scared shitless. It takes a lot to get him shook. He's in bear country. He's been around panthers, pumas. He said these Bengal tigers had him scared to death.
Yeah.
And he sat back here. He didn't get no sleep out. That dude did not get no sleep. He set up fires everywhere out. And this animal was going to know that there was humans here present. And there's fire here to get in your way. So you can't come in here out. But Bengal tigers are for real. So they're sitting back here scared to death just off the thought that there might be around him. Tigers and lions are around you. Yeah. They're having heart attacks out. But once again, it just proved the Most High has the power to put fear in you. Has the power to put dread in your life and panic. Because this is what Judas did. And going back to the point, we had a few victories. We killed 5,000 people, but is that really anything to stop a 60,000 man army from fighting? You got 60,000 men. Who cares if 5,000 die? You still have 55-10. But the Most High put that fear in their hearts, and the Most High got the victory and had to make sure it was His power, not our extraordinary strength. And in every endeavor we put our hands to, we got to keep that in mind. It ain't our hands. We're just so skillful. We just have so much ability.
Bad dude. Just a bad man.
We're just such planners. We're playing 3D chess out here, brother. SOT, we're playing 3D chess. No, we're not. There's no three-dimensional chess here.
That's part of the
We're
problem.
sitting back here and trying our best, and the Most High is filling in the blanks. And He's filling in the major blanks. And that's how you have to remember. A lot of us start losing our position because we think it's us.
Israel gets cursed when they take the credit too.
I know.
I'll use the reference of Muhammad Ali. He pushed "I'm the greatest forever and ever." And Judah's really tapping in that. Judah loves hearing that. And that's all good. You're the greatest. You don't give that credit to the greatest.
I know.
And in his end, Most High, humbled him. Most High humbled him for many, many years.
Yeah.
And you were the greatest, and you couldn't control your
confidence when you're talking and how quick-witted you were.
Power.
He took that away from him.
He still had his wit, but he didn't have the ability to.
You couldn't spit it. You couldn't say nothing.
He couldn't get his. He couldn't project what he had within him.
There was a lot of different ways for a man to go out than that way. You're almost like a prisoner in your own body.
Exactly, bro. But you said for years, "I am the greatest." Most High doesn't like that arrogance out.
I know. There's no
You might
doubt
be the
about
greatest, but you better not say it. You better just keep.
You better get the Most High the credit. Most High the
Most
greatest.
High is the greatest. Time.
Shit. Around him, he reduces and breaks you down to small places.
Exactly.
So, we finished verse 33.
We were on 30. We just finished 34. We were on 35.
Okay, read 35.
First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 35. Now when Lysias saw his army put to flight, and the manliness of Judah's soldiers.
So the question is was it the fact that it was just so more manlier than any other group of soldiers? We're so manly when we fight. Nobody else is manly when they fight.
MJG dreads out when he first came out. I had them MJG dreads. It was crazy looking dreads out with the strong beard.
They're just super manly. Come on, they fight other men for a living. What man than anybody else?
This is something about it, man.
Come on, and Jews, we're the Superman. We're the apex predators out here. Okay, man. We're just fighting guys and farmers out there. There's nothing special about us. But it lets you know the Most High put a spirit on them.
He put a spirit on them
to make them say, these guys are manly as hell.
This is more manly.
He got a super scientific power. Like, there's something about these guys. We got to get out of here. Why am I explaining this? Because the Most High put a spirit of fear on them.
What's that fighter that was in Florida? Knocking people out and backyards out.
Oh, Kimbo Slice out. Yeah,
that's a manly dude.
Well, until he got in the octagon, he got his ass whipped. When he had to fight professionally with rules and skills and tactics, they was whipping on him.
He couldn't. He had no stamina.
He couldn't do it. Yeah. But you get in street fights, he's a problem. His beard's going everywhere. His bald head with his beard going everywhere. Like, dude. And he gonna take a punch. He gonna talk some shit behind it.
Was he Levi?
He was Levi. Yeah. He looked menacing.
He was a problem.
But when it wasn't technicality, he had to do. You said fight and brawl. He was a problem. And this is what Gaius and Lysias. These guys are. There's a bunch of Kimbo Slices out here. Because you see Kimbo, he looked like he's like 6'5", 6'6". Leave him alone. We gotta get out of here. Listen, what are we saying? Are we saying that Judah's soft? Hell no, Judah's not soft. But the way that they were making them out to be, come on now. Most High put that fear on them, man. Yeah. Made them look extra more manly than everybody else, any other warrior they fought. And there was Israelites in other armies. There's Israelites in the Greek army. How about that?
Yeah.
We were fighting our people too. In shape, just as big, same striations.
Yeah.
Why were they super manly? Because the Most High put that spirit of fear in them.
The righteous shall be bold.
That's a lie.
Like the scripture says.
And the wicked will flee when no man what? Pursue it. Well, let's continue.
And how they were ready either.
Just read 35 from the top.
Yes. First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 35. Now when Lysias saw his army put to flight, and the manliness of Judas's soldiers, and how they were ready either to live or die valiantly.
And that is the power that you have to have in any endeavor. If the Most High is going to be with you, you can't be afraid to lose nothing. You can't be afraid to lose. You can't be afraid about the consequence of how things go bad. You got to do the right thing and live with those consequences. And they could see that they weren't afraid of living and dying. What they could see is this meant everything to them. And they were willing to die for their land and their honor. And these Greeks weren't willing to die for that. They weren't willing to go as far as these guys are willing to go to win.
They were soldiers of fortune.
That's the point. This is why. Why do you think the United States really had to leave Afghanistan? Why do you think the damn Russians went to Afghanistan and got their ass whipped? Because you know what? The Afghanistanians were to sit back and fight you tooth and nail and live in mountains for decades and not give a shit.
They'll pop up on you.
And pop up on you and kill you and go back in these damn rocks and hang out until the next time they're going to come and take you. And raid your scenario.
Same with the Vietnamese. We didn't win more Vietnam.
No, they didn't. Because they was willing to live in that dirt with those rats and mice and come out and go back in the dirt and just live like that in perpetuity. It's hard to beat that. Hard to beat that war. You sitting back here, you just bombing rocks out. You just bombing mountains. You can't. You don't know where they are. You're just gonna keep going down tunnels. You might get shot. You might not. This tunnel leads to another tunnel. will this one tunnel more underwards? It ain't like this. How are you going to win that battle? It's like Yemen. I don't know if you heard, like around 6 months ago, there was Operation Something Freedom. They were just bombing Yemen out. You can bomb all you want. They live underground. What are you going to do?
Yeah, you wasted ammunition.
Listen, listen. Learning about the Yemenites in the southwest part of Saudi Arabia, I watched the Yemenites. Who's ever been to like an outdoor movie theater? The drive-ins.
Drive-in, yeah.
Listen, I saw the Yemenites in cars outside, just standing outside watching a big screen of Israel getting bombed.
Oh.
They're like, yeah, don't shoot them in the sky. When they were just showing CC clips of Iran bombing Israel, and they were going crazy at. And this is their fun. This is their Saturday night movies, watching Israel get bombed and shit. This is their fun. This is what they do for fun,
Yeah.
They watch other nations die, And like, you're not beating these guys. How you gonna beat these guys? They love war. All they do is drive around in sand, and hide on the ground and shoot people and kill people for a living.
Probably drink some pretty good tea. If I got some
Maybe.
tea, those Middle Eastern cats have some great tea.
That's all they eat. They're all skinny.
Yeah.
They're all malnourished. But they have plenty of weapons. How do they get these weapons? They can't even feed themselves.
Same with the Somalians.
Yeah.
And they just get off to killing. How are you going to beat a country that doesn't give a damn if they live or die? That have been in perpetual war. The Yemenites have been in perpetual war for like 20 years. 20, 30 years. Because if it's not the United States bombing them, if it's not Israel bombing them, the Saudi Arabians bomb them. The Saudis bomb them, and then the Yemen bombs the Saudis. They've been fighting for 20 plus years. Then they say, yeah, we bombed their airport. What they don't tell you is, everybody's been bombing their airport. So it doesn't matter. But their airport's been bombed, so who cares? This is what they do. They bomb airports. They don't care about the airports being bombed.
They've accepted that position of what we're talking about scripturally, about constantly being in the trenches and not looking for luxury.
Done.
They've accepted that.
Their life, I'm underground in the dirt, and I'm gonna pop up and shoot and bomb you. Because listen, the Yemenites are still bombing boats that are passing their seas. They're still bombing them, and they still bomb Israel occasionally, and they still bomb Saudi Arabia occasionally,
and they bomb ships in the Persian Gulf.
That's what I'm saying. They bomb non-Chinese and Russian ships. Still, they're just creating havoc in the region. And this is and you can't stop them. Just like you couldn't stop the Afghanistanians, and then you bring all these supplies up there. And it costs too much to send it back.
So they left it.
So they said, thank you to the Americans for giving us all these trucks and these bombs. Thank you. And they just use them to bomb other people. This is what they do. You can't beat people who aren't afraid to die, and they're going to fight for their homeland by any means. And this is what the Greeks are realizing with these Jews. These guys ain't got nothing to lose. And the numbers are getting larger and larger. They had 6,000 last year. Now they got 10. The numbers are getting larger. They don't give a damn. Our men really don't want to fight these guys. It's guerrilla warfare. Everybody's uncomfortable. This is why the Brits end up breaking to the United States. Guerrilla warfare. You're going in from city to city. You don't know if they're going to shoot you or not. There's a reason why, like the British, the British were always known as the what? Their military was known as the what?
Yeah, the Royal Navy.
The redcoats. And always wear red. And in all these conquering cities they go to, that red suit was a target. They sit back and they start shooting and sniping if you had red suits on. They did it in Africa too in the 1800s. They wear these red suits and they just bop, 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 and they run off. They had to change their whole outfits. By the time they got to Africa, they said, "Forget this. We got to wear beige. We got to fit in because we can't wear this red. We're just walking targets."
Yeah. Indiana Jones looking.
That's what it was. They gonna get us. That's the truth. They had to change their whole military warfare because they were just sitting ducks. What am I trying to say? The Greeks are realizing this is too much, and we got to find an exit strategy, at least for now, because we keep losing. These guys have nothing but heart. But let's continue, Taiwan.
First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 35. Now when Lysias saw his army put to flight, and the manliness of Judas' soldiers, and how they were ready either to live or die valiantly, he went into Antiochia, and gathered together a company of strangers. And having made his army greater than it was, he purposed to come again into Judea.
So he left with his tail between his legs. He left with his 55,000 men that didn't want to fight. So now he's vexed. He's trying to retool with the 55,000 he still got, and he's hiring more mercenaries because he wants to make another go at taking us down. Lysias ain't giving up, but those men gave up. But he's going to keep trying to scheme and find ways to break Judea down. So once again, it just shows that point of how much you have to fight and how you can't be comfortable when you're on that rise trying to break what's inside of you. You got to keep fighting until the war stops. And don't expect the wars to stop. Keep fighting and breaking what's inside of you till the Most High brings you peace. Read verse 36.
Verse 36.
No, matter of fact. Yeah, just keep going. No matter of fact, let me see. Let's read paragraph 5 in Josephus.
Josephus, Book of the Antiquities of the Jews, Book 12, Chapter 7, Paragraph 5, line 313, page 327. Hereupon Lysias was confounded at the defeat of the army which he had sent. And the next year he got together 60,000 chosen men. He also took 5,000 horsemen and fell upon Judea. And he went up to the hill country of Bethsur, a village of Judea, and pitched his camp there. There Judas met him with 10,000 men. And when he saw the great number of his enemies, he prayed to the Most High that he would assist him, and joined battle with the first of the enemy that appeared, and beat them, and slew about 5,000 of them, and thereby became terrible to the rest of them.
Fear. That fear rose in heavy after those 5,000 died. Read on.
Nay, indeed, Lysias, observing the great spirit of the Jews, how they were prepared to die rather than lose their liberty, and being afraid of their desperate way of fighting, as if it were real strength, he took the rest of the army back with him, and returned to Antioch, where he listed foreigners into the service, and prepared to fall upon Judea with a greater army.
Okay, so now let's get back to, let me see. Let's get back to 36 now.
First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 36. Then said Judas and his brethren, Behold, our enemies are discomfited. Let us go up to cleanse and dedicate the sanctuary.
So now he knows they're going to come back and gear up for a bigger battle. But now let's sit back here. We have a little bit of time. While they're gearing up, we got time. We got to use our time wisely and do right by the Most High, so that we'll get even more back to even more. So let's go rededicate this temple and this sanctuary. Read on.
Verse 37. Upon this, all the hosts assembled themselves together and went up into the Mount Zion. And when they saw the sanctuary desolate.
Matter of fact, before we get to this part, before we get to the desolation of the temple, when they get down here, let me sit back and go to somewhere in 2 Maccabees 8. Let's read 2 Maccabees 8, Let's go back to 24 down. I'm just going to work this. 2 Maccabees 8, 24. We're going to probably get to 36.
2 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 24.
No, not 24. 25.
2 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 25. And took their money that came to buy them, and pursued them far. But lacking time, they returned.
Mm-hmm.
For it was the day before the Sabbath, and therefore they would no longer pursue them. So when they had gathered their armor together and spoiled their enemies, they occupied themselves about the Sabbath, yielding exceeding praise and thanks to the Lord, who had preserved them unto that day, which was the beginning of mercy distilling upon them.
So this is still dealing with that battle of Emmaus. Read on.
And after the Sabbath, when they had given part of the spoils to the main, and the widows, and orphans, and residue, they divided among themselves and their servants.
This was once again the breaking down of the residue of the war booty after the battle of Emmaus. Read on.
When this was done, and they had made a common supplication, they besought the merciful Lord to be reconciled with his servants forever. Moreover, of those that were with Timotheus and Bacchides, who fought against them, they slew above 20,000, and very easily got high in strongholds, and divided among themselves many spoils more, and made the main orphans, widows, yea, and the aged also equal in spoils with themselves.
So from verse 30 down, there were wars and skirmishes amongst us, between us and rebel Jews, leading up to us getting into Jerusalem. This is what's happening. There's wars that we're still on top of the fighting the wars against Lysias and these Greek leaders. We're still fighting against Jews and rebels amongst us in Judea. Read on.
And when they had gathered their armor together, they laid them up all carefully in convenient places. And the remnant of the spoils they brought to Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
They slew also Philachus, that wicked person who was with Timotheus, and had annoyed the Jews many ways. Furthermore, at such time as they kept the feast for the victory in their country, they burnt Callisthenes, that had set fire upon the holy gates, who had fled into a little house, and so he received a reward meet for his wickedness.
So they killed a man who had set fire to the gates leading up to Jerusalem. Read on.
As for that most ungracious Nicanor, who had brought 1,000 merchants to buy the Jews, he was through the help of the Lord brought down by them, of whom he made least account.
He says the people that he respected the least end up defeating him. Read on.
And putting off his glorious apparel and discharging his company, he came like a fugitive servant through the midland unto Antioch, having very great dishonor, for that his host was destroyed. Thus he...
So what it's saying is that he left Jerusalem or Judea with great dishonor and leading back to Antioch, to his home country, with no respect and with great dishonor. Read on.
Thus he that took upon him to make good to the Romans their tribute by means of the captives in Jerusalem, told abroad that the Jews had the Most High to fight for them, and therefore there could not be hurt, because they followed the laws that he gave them.
So what we're going to do from there, now we go back, because that's the end of chapter 8. Now we're going to go back now to 1 Maccabees chapter 4 and get verse, what verse we got? Was it 36, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's get 36.
1 Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 36. Then said Judas and his brethren, Behold, our enemies are discomfited. Let us go up to cleanse and dedicate the sanctuary. Upon this all the host assembled themselves together and went up into Mount Sion. And when they saw the sanctuary desolate, and the altar profaned, and the gates burned up, and the shrubs growing in the courts as in a forest, or in one of the mountains, yea, and the priest's chambers pulled down, they rent their clothes, and made great lamentation, and cast ashes upon their heads, and fell down flat to the ground upon their face, and blew an alarm with the trumpets, and cried toward heaven. Then Judas appointed certain men to fight against those that were in the fortress, until he had cleansed the sanctuary.
You see that there was fighting still in Jerusalem of wicked Israelites, and that wicked influence that was heavy in Jerusalem. And that's what we were reading in 2 Maccabees chapter 8, verse 32 down, or verse 35 down. It was all the little wars and skirmishes that we had amongst Israelites that still had influence, that were pushing the Greek way in Jerusalem. Read about that guy who burnt down the gates of the temple. They were no. Well, no, it was another guy. They killed this guy. His name was Calistinius. But there was that influence that when Judas got to Jerusalem, he had to break off half the men to go and establish, break down that police station, and all those rebellious Israelites that was in Jerusalem. They were killing Jews. They was killing all the foreigners out there and removing them out of Jerusalem. While the other group is sitting back here repairing the temple and rebuilding the walls. Okay, so this is what's happening when they got to Jerusalem. They just didn't get to Jerusalem and rededicate. There's more fighting, more killing, more eradicating, more setting things up the right way. Continue.
Verse 42. So he chose priests of blameless conversation, such as had pleasure in the law, who cleanse the sanctuary and bear out the defiled stones into an unclean place. And when as they consulted what to do with the altar of burnt offerings, which was profane, they thought it best to pull it down, lest it should be a reproach to them, because the heathen had defiled it. Wherefore they pulled it down. So
the altar that was that pork's flesh or swine's flesh put on there, they got rid of it and threw it away. Read on.
And laid up the stones in the mountain of the temple in the convenient place, until there should come a prophet to show what should be done with them.
Done.
Then they took whole stones according to the law, and built a new altar according to the former, and made up the sanctuary and the things that were within the temple, and hollowed the courts.
So they cleansed the temple, hollowed the courts, which is the outside area from the temple. They just put things back in order, cleaned it, got rid of all the places that were defiled. Read on.
They made also new holy vessels, and into the temple they brought the candlestick, and the altar of burnt offerings, and of incense, and the table. And upon the altar they burnt incense, and the lamps that were upon the candlesticks they lighted, that they might give light in the temple.
Just real quick on that statement, you know, a lot of people state that in regards to they call it the Chanukah miracle, and it's a story that, you know, there's only enough oil to light the candle for one day during this whole process of Hanukkah, but for some miracle there was enough oil to last for 8 days. Just so you guys know, that's a Talmudic story. So there's no proof in it.
No biblical proof.
So you can't prove it. And I'm not going into some Talmud to sit back here and try to justify some stories that are in the Talmud. The Bible don't say nothing about this oil that's lasts for 8 days. So there's no reason for us to even talk about that. Now we do the 8 days of celebration during Hanukkah because that's how long they celebrated it and gave mercy or gave praise to the Most High for the Most High giving us mercy and a second chance. So the part of the rededicating of the temple is to sit back and cleanse all the filth out of you and being appreciative for having a second opportunity to serve the Most High with gladness and joy from his heart. That's what Hanukkah is all about. You're rededicating yourself and you're being appreciative that you have an opportunity to make it right for all the wrongs you've done to him over your time. So, let's continue.
Verse 50. And upon the altar they burnt incense, and the lamps that were upon the candlesticks they lighted, and that they might give light into the temple. Furthermore, they set the loaves upon the table, and spread out the veils, and finished all the works which they had begun to make. Now on the 25th day of the 9th month, which is called the month Casliv, in the 140th and 8th year, they rose up betimes in the morning, and offered sacrifice according to law upon the new altar of burnt offerings, which they had made. Look at what time and what day the heathen had profaned it.
Now check this out. It says the 25th day of the 9th month of Caslu in the 148th year. If I'm not mistaken, Antiochus came in and defiled the temple 2 years before that, to the day. And that's why they did it on that particular day, because it was 2 years to the day that the temple was defiled. It was in if this was 148, it was 2 years before that when the temple was defiled in the first place. So we set the time up the right way, just to commemorate that day. That same day things fell apart. 2 years later, that same day things were rectified. Okay. Well, let's continue.
Verse 54.
Real quick. Let me see. There was a table of incenses that was in the temple also. It's not against the law to burn incense. She just wanted to make sure we burnt the right incense. You ain't putting no cocoa mango on there and burn incense for cocoa mango. It was frankincense and myrrh and a particular sense that was supposed to be for the temple.
Yeah. Exodus chapter 30, I believe.
Is it?
Yeah. They talk about the particular.
Yeah, then the five smells, right?
Yeah,
Cassia.
the Most High said is
the apothecary.
For it. Yeah.
Exodus 30. I think is it
30.
You can find Cassia. There it is. 23.
34. Yeah, 34, 23.
Yeah, let's do 22.
Exodus chapter 30 and verse 22. Moreover, the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Take thou also unto thee principal spices, of pure myrrh 500 shekels, and of sweet cinnamon half so much, even 250 shekels, and of a sweet calamus 250 shekels, and of cassia 500 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, and of olive a hin. And thou shalt make it an oil of holy ointment, an ointment compound after the art of the apothecary. It shall be a holy anointing
Well,
oil.
see, that's only the anointing oil. That's not the incense.
Yeah, 34. Start at 34.
Okay, let's go to 34.
Verse 34. And the Lord said unto Moses, Take unto thee sweet spices, staccal, and onycha, and galbanum. These sweet spices with the pure frankincense of each shall there be a like weight. And thou shalt make it a perfume, a confection after the art of the apothecary, tempered together, pure and holy. And thou shalt beat some of it very small, and put of it before the testimony of the tabernacle of the congregation.
And that's what was put up in front of the testimony of the tabernacle of the congregation. That's what they were burning.
Yeah, keep going.
Where I will meet with thee, it shall be unto you most holy. And as for the perfume which thou shalt make, ye shall not make to yourselves according to the composition thereof.
So we weren't supposed to make those smells for us, or burn those particular scents for us. Those smells were only supposed to be in the temple. So incense, don't forget, it can come in different forms. It don't have to be like the compacted incense you get from the store, the stick incense. It could be fragrances that are burned in the actual building. You put the fragrance on top and just light it up and let the smell cover the entire area. So that was the type of incense that was being burned. Okay? So let's let that go. And let's get back to Maccabees. First Maccabees 4. And where are we at?
Verse 54.
Okay.
First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 54. Look at what time and what day the heathen had profaned it. Even in that was it dedicated with song and citherns and harps and cymbals.
On that day, it says, the day that is dedicated was also the day that it was defiled.
Mm-hmm.
And that day is supposed to be praised or used in praise and remembered and appreciated. Read on.
Then all the people fell upon their faces, worshiping and praising the Most High of heaven, who had given them good success. And so they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days, and offered burnt offerings with gladness, and sacrificed the sacrifice of deliverance and praise. They decked also the forefront of the temple with crowns of gold, and with shields. And the gates and the chambers they renewed, and hanged doors upon them. Thus was there very great gladness among the people, for that the reproach of the heathen was put away.
So Jerusalem was purged, the city was purged, the temple was purged, and everybody was happy that we got our city back. We had to fight and scratch tooth and nail just to get back even now. Now we're just stable.
Yeah.
Outside cities are still being attacked and still being terrorized. Outside cities, that's not Jerusalem, is still being dealt with the wrong way. So this is just one major battle out of more battles that are to come. Read on.
Verse 59. Moreover, Judas and his brethren with the whole congregation of Israel ordained that the days of the dedication of the altar should be kept in their season from year to year by the space of 8 days, from the 25th day of the month Casliu, with the mirth and gladness. At that time also they builded up the Mount Zion, with high walls and strong towers round about, lest the Gentiles should come and tread it down, as they had done before.
So all they're saying are they had to sit back and rebuild their armaments, rebuild their walls, like every great king does. Once you get your kingdom established, you refortify the walls to protect the people in the city from foreign invaders. The only problem is things fell apart because we let the foreign invaders in. We let them in. So now we're keeping all foreign invaders out, trying to stay in order and rededicate ourselves, rededicate the city back to the Most High. Let's continue.
Verse 61. And they set there a garrison to keep it, and fortified Bethsura to preserve it.
So they sat back here and fortified Bethsura. That was the last battle that they won. It was the most southern city of Judea. They wanted to make sure they fortified that city because they knew Esau came from the south. They knew the Greeks came from Idumea and worked their way north. So they wanted to make sure they protected their flank. This is why they set up the fortification in Bethsura. Continue.
That the people might have a defense against Idumea.
They have a defense against the actual people of Idumea, which is the city and the country right below it. and because obviously they were hostile to us from the south, and from literal Idumea, which is the Greeks that were going from the south, working their way up. So this is how they protected themselves, or they felt was the best way to protect themselves during these battles. Now I want to go real quick. Matter of fact, let's read Josephus, book 12, chapter 6 and 7.
Paragraph 6.
Paragraph 6, paragraph 7.
Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, book 12, chapter 7, paragraph 6, line 316, page 327. When therefore the generals of Antiochus' armies had been beaten so often.
So now they're starting to realize that regardless of the numbers that we have, we're a formidable enemy, a formidable opponent to them. Read on.
Judas assembled the people together and told them that after these many victories which the Most High had given them, they ought to go up to Jerusalem and purify the temple and offer the appointed sacrifices.
So he said, the next battle. So when you look at Judas's mentality, he wasn't like, okay, we finally got this temple done right here, so let's go ahead and take a break. Let's just go ahead and relax. We've been fighting for a while. We rededicated the temple. It's time to take our ease and go on vacation and, do something for the kids. That's what we do. We said we're going to do something for the kids and let the kids play. He said, listen, after this, let's go to Jerusalem now and refortify that one. And so in his mind, he's not taking a break. And that's what we tend to do that as well. Once we come out of a battle, we want to take it easy. We're looking for a break instead of looking at what is our next battle that we got to fix. What is the next box that we got to check off the list of things that we got to change and things that we have to accomplish. Read.
That after these many victories which the Most High had given them, they ought to go up to Jerusalem and purify the temple and offer the appointed sacrifices. But as soon as he, with the whole multitude, was come to Jerusalem and found the temple deserted and its gates burnt down and plants growing in the temple of their own accord on account of its desertion, he and those that were with him began to lament and were quite confounded at the sight of the temple. So he chose out some of his soldiers and gave them order to fight against those guards that were in the citadel until he should have purified the temple.
Now, some of those guards were some of our people. It wasn't just the Greeks. There were some of our people in there holding posts. Read on.
So, when therefore he had carefully purged it and had brought it new vessels, the candlesticks, the table of showbread, and the altar of incense, which were made of gold, he hung up the veils at the gate and added doors to them. He also took down the altar of burnt offering and built a new one of stone that he gathered together, and not of such as were hewn with iron tools. So on the 25th day of the month Castiu, which the Macedonians called Apelius, they lighted the lamps that were on the candlesticks, and offered incense upon the altar of incense, and laid the loaves upon the table of showbread, and offered burnt offerings upon the new altar of burnt offerings. Now it so fell out that these things were done on the very same day on which their divine worship had fallen off.
So he's showing you that sometimes when the Most High mark anniversary date, that's the Most High's signature saying, I did it. Just so you know it happened on this day. The same day you were defiled, 2 years later, you got it back. That wasn't a coincidence. That's no different than Sarah not believing that she would have any more children. And the angel told her, by this time next year, you're going to bear a seed.
Yeah.
And she was in unbelief and disbelief. But at that same time, that next year, she was due, with a baby. So a lot of times, that anniversary moment was significant of the Most High keeping His word. So the Most High, that was a sign for them. That was another evident sign that the Most High is with me. Read.
Now it so fell out that these things were done on the very same day on which their divine worship had fallen off.
So it's sort of confirmation. It's confirmation that the Most High is behind this whole thing. Read.
And was reduced to a profane and common use after 3 years' time, for so it was that the temple...
And when you read different books that we've read before about when the Greeks came into the temple, Zeus was all over the temple. Zeus statues were all over the temple. Pig's flesh being sacrificed on the altar. So it was polluted, contaminated. Read on.
For so it was that the temple was made desolate by Antiochus, and so continued for 3 years. This desolation happened to the temple in the 145th year, on the 25th day of the month Apelius, and on the 133rd Olympia. But it was dedicated anew on the same day, the 25th of the month Apelius, in the 148th year.
So 3 years. Took 3 years to get it back, clean it up. Go ahead.
And on the 144th Olympiad, and this desolation came to pass according to the prophecy of Daniel, which was given 408 years before. For he had declared that the Macedonians would dissolve that worship for some time.
So he's showing you that it was earmarked. I took this call.
Mm-hmm.
It was earmarked that the Most High, that in the book of Daniel, that this would happen, which is another sign that the Most High's prophecies are valid.
Yes. And the Bible is valid.
Yes.
So let's go to paragraph 7.
Paragraph 7, line 323. Now Judas celebrated the festival of the restoration of the sacrifice of the temple for 8 days, and omitted no sort of pleasures thereon, but he feasted them upon very rich and splendid sacrifices, and he honored the Most High, and delighted them by hymns and songs. Nay, they were so very glad at the revival of their customs, when after a long time of intermission, they unexpectedly had regained the freedom of their worship, that they made it a law for their posterity, that they should keep a festival on account of the restoration of their temple worship for 8 days. And from that time to this, we celebrate this festival and call it Lights.
Feast of Lights, yes.
I suppose the reason was because the liberty beyond our hopes appeared to us, and that thence was the name given to this festival. Judas also rebuilt the walls round about the city and reared towers of great height against the incursion of enemies, and set guards therein. He also fortified the city Bethsura, that it might serve as a citadel against any distress that might come from our enemies.
Okay. Now we're going to go one other place. We're going to go to Baruch chapter 4 and verse 21 to 34. I want to go through this because it still applies to the story in Maccabees. Baruch chapter 4, verse 21 to 34.
Baruch chapter 4 and verse 21. Be of good cheer, O my children. Cry unto the Lord, and he shall deliver you from the power of the hand of your enemies.
Don't forget, Baruch was the understudy of Jeremiah. And Baruch, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, he was. At this time, Baruch was already in Babylon. He had gone with Israel, the first batch, or the first time they got sent. It was the first or the second time they got sent over. But he was in Babylon writing this, and it was a reminder from the Lord for Israel not to be of good cheer and to trust the Most High will deliver you from your enemies. So whether it was in the time of Babylon or in the time of the Maccabees, it's the same concept. The Most High, on his time, was going to deliver us from the individuals who were plaguing us. Let's continue.
For my hope is in the everlasting, that he will save you. And joy is come unto me from the Holy One, because of the mercy which shall soon come unto you from the everlasting our Savior.
He punishes us, he corrects us, and he soon, when it says soon is based on the Most High's version of soon.
Yeah.
He soon sits back here and he will save us from our situation. It's just on his time. Read on.
For I sent you out of the mourning and weeping.
He says, for I sent you out with mourning and weeping. Read on.
For I sent you out with mourning and weeping, but the Most High will give you to me again with joy and gladness forever.
He says he's going to give us joy and gladness, even though we've been operating with mourning and sadness because of our condition.
Yep.
Read on.
Like as now the neighbors of Zion have seen your captivity.
Everybody around the region has seen Israel fall. Everybody around the region during the time of the Greeks saw us fall. And they knew we were downtrodden on the bottom. Everybody, when the Greeks were on top and the Samaritans were on top, and the Idumeans and the Tyrians, Zidonians and the Philistines and the Syrians all saw our downfall. And all the rest of them followed the Greek way. Read on.
So shall they see shortly your salvation from our power.
And this is what the nations were seeing at this particular time. They were seeing Judas city by city, battle by battle, reestablishing salvation, reestablishing our independence, one battle at a time. Read on.
Which shall come upon you with great glory and brightness of the everlasting.
So we can look at this on many occasions where the Most High has done this for us. He did this for us during the time of Babylon. Now with the Maccabees. And down the line at the very end, the whole world's going to see us. Everybody that's looked down on us, the world's going to see us get back on top again. Read on.
My children, suffer patiently.
He suffered patiently. Deal with the sting of our rebellion and be patient about it. And don't be angry and bitter and resentful about the sting we all have to go through. Read on.
The wrath that is come upon you from the Most High. For that enemy hath persecuted thee. But shortly thou shalt see his destruction, and shalt tread upon his neck.
We have to hold on to this. Israel at this time during the Maccabees had to hold on to this. We have to wait patiently until the Most High sits back here and treads on our enemies' necks. Listen, we see it now. I don't know if y'all, I'm not going heavy into geopolitics right now, but I'm telling you, this thing is falling apart. Ukraine is losing bad. Ukraine is losing bad. The rest of the world is gearing for world war. Nobody has enough supplies and military material to do it, to keep up with Russia and China. This is getting bad real quick. They said in 50 days if Russia doesn't comply to these peace talks, they're going to do 100% tariffs on them and every other country that benefits from them. So they're going to put pressure on China, India, Brazil, all the foreign countries that are receiving help and purchasing supplies from Russia. They're going to get hit, and then they're going to, once they make a decision to not budge from the United States, the U.S. is going to have to get even more intense and ramp up with more aggression Russia, right? All around the world, huh?
So not budge the U.S. or not budge
no, the rest of the people that are doing business with Russia, they're going to sit back here and keep doing business for Russia, and they're going to take that tariff for the chin. And it's going to force America to be more drastic with what they do in retaliation all around the world.
In the drastic measures they take is start drafting everybody and making draft mandatory.
Listen, I was reading about World War II. They said every country on earth fought in World War II. Every country on earth fought and died in World War II. That's amazing. Everybody, there's not one country escaped battling. Not one country escaped bloodshed. And what they also said is in World War II, more civilians died than the fighters. There were more civilian casualties than the actual people that died in Japan and died in Europe. And this is coming this way too.
Oh, you look at Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yep.
Yeah, 100,000 people died incinerated.
Hey, think of Dresden in Germany. There's a lot of cities that was getting bombed mercilessly. Cities in Africa, cities in Europe, cities in Russia. All these places were getting bombed. Many millions, they said 17 to 18 million people died in World War II. 17 million, including civilians. But they said the civilians was higher than the regular folks. That's why in the Bible it says 1/3 of men died. That's why it says that. It's coming again. All these things are coming together. And so the Most High is going to bring all these places down. We just got to be patient, work on our spirit, fix the things we're responsible to fix, and be prepared for the Most High to intercede. Let's continue.
Verse 26. My delicate ones have gone rough ways.
My delicate ones, which is his children, have gone rough ways. Read on.
And were taken away as a flock caught of the enemy.
Listen, we were taken away as a flock caught in the enemies because we were living rough. We were living disconnected of the Heavenly Father. And because we were living disconnected of the Heavenly Father, the punishment was that we were captive.
Yep.
The punishment of our poor decisions and our negative is why we're in the situation we're in now. It's the same concept. Listen, the Jews are living in a rough way with us. We made rough decisions trying to be Greek.
Yep.
And we were in our captives' hands because of it. Read on.
Be of good comfort, O my children, and cry unto the Most High.
Be of good comfort and trust that if you approach the Most High and cry to the Most High, what?
For ye shall be remembered of him that brought these things upon you.
He says if you cry and you're humbly approaching the Most High will remember you, even though you had rough ways, even though you made rough decisions and selfish decisions and made mistakes. He says the Most High will still remember you if you're humble and cry to the Most High and humbly beseech him for help. Read on.
For as it was your mind to go astray from the Most High.
He keeps saying the Most High is going to comfort you. And the comfort is, yes, you messed up. Your rough ways got you in your messed up situation. But if it was in your mind and motivation to do what you wanted to do, to be selfish, to be hateful, to be independent. Read on.
So being returned, seek him 10 times more.
Because this is what it's going to take to get the Most High back in good graces with you. I was kind of foreshadowing this point. The more you want all the mistakes you've made, you got to do 10 times greater works for the Most High to sit back here and return that favor back on your side. But he still said be of good hope and be of good comfort, because he's telling you there's a way back. And he's not turning his head and turning his back on you permanently. You just have to be willing to put the work in, and he will re-embrace you. He's going to give you a chance to come back if you put the work in and make the changes. And that's the hope. And that is a perfect example of the Most High's mercy towards his people, is that he's not going to quit on us. Read on.
Verse 29.
And this is what Hanukkah was about. It was about being appreciative. We sat back here and had rough ways, and the consequence of our rough ways was being captive to the Greeks. We cried to the Lord like Judas did many times. And the Most High heard and made us fight multiple battles to get back into his good graces. So the rededicating the temple is all about rededicating ourselves to the Most High and embracing and accepting the work it takes to rededicate. To accept having to work 10 times harder to get re-blessed with what you had initially. Because that's what ends up happening. You got to put 10 times the work to get back to where you once were. And if you can accept that, He will give you what you lost, or a form of what you lost. Read on.
For he that had brought these plagues upon you shall bring you everlasting joy again with your salvation.
If you seek him 10 times more, he will give you salvation. He will give you what you need if you put the work in. He will accept you back in and give you other chances. If you put the work in and give him 10 times more dedication, faith, and humility. Read on.
Take a good heart, O Jerusalem, for he that gave thee that name will comfort thee.
Listen, he's going to sit back and comfort you if you put in the work that merits the comfort. You still got to make the changes to merit the comfort, but he will comfort you. He will give you mercy if you make the changes.
Same thing he says in Isaiah chapter 40, verse 1 and 2.
Yep, comfort ye. Comfort ye, yeah.
Isaiah 41, 2, right?
Mm-hmm. So the same thing. Same
Yeah.
thing. Almost identical.
Isaiah 41, 2. Comfort ye my people, saith the Lord. Speak ye comfortably to Jerusalem, and cry unto her, that her warfare is accomplished.
So the Most High is angry at us when we get out of pocket with him, but he's not angry forever. There's a chance to restore our relationships. The Most High is all about mending and bringing back restoration, restoring relationships, but it's still some action that must be done. Like we reading in Baruch, the rate of conversion of coming back to the Lord is 10-1. For everything I've done wrong, to have the Most High turn his back on me, can I do 10 times the effort to restore our relationship?
Yeah.
For my deviation.
Yeah.
For every mistake I made, for everything I've done wrong, can I show the Most High that I want to be forgiven by making up for every mistake 10 times as more and try 10 times as harder?
You know why that's important? The 10 times just means, are you prepared to do good works for the long haul?
Yeah.
Are you prepared to sit back and reinvest for the long haul to get the response you want? How sincere are you to recommitting yourself for the Most High to give you the attention you're looking for, or the help you're looking for? 10 times more, it's still an indefinite number.
Yeah.
What that indefinite number is, how far are you prepared to go to get the Most High back on your side? There shouldn't be a time limit. Do whatever it takes, and the Most High will sit back here and give you what you lost. That's what the 10 times means. Rededicate yourself. To rededicate yourself means those old patterns are changed, and now you have new good patterns to replace your bad patterns. And there's no timetable on how long are you going to do that for, or are you going to do that for a period of time. No, you permanently changed, and that's when you get the response you're looking for. That is it. Ain't no deeper than that. I'm sorry. You want to add some more, sir?
Yeah. Finish that, Dariat.
It says, speak ye comfortably to Jerusalem, and cry unto her, that her warfare is accomplished, that her iniquity is pardoned.
It said, but our iniquity is pardoned. Read on.
For she hath received the Lord's hand double.
So the Most High says, listen, for every sin that you do, I'm going to double punish you.
Yeah.
You can get twice the punishment. Yeah. But in order to restore our relationship, you got to do 10 times the work.
Yeah.
Finish that.
For all her sins, the voice of him that cries.
That's it. So he's showing how this is what the expectation is of the Most High, for him letting us go and allowing us a chance to recover ourselves and our culture back and our belief back and our religion back, and restoring our relationship with him. He said in Hosea chapter 8 and 8.
Hosea 8 and 8. Israel is swallowed up.
He said because part of the punishment when we anger the Most High, he said Israel is what?
Swallowed up.
He lets us be swallowed up by who?
The nations.
Read.
Now shall they be among the Gentiles.
He says so part of the punishment is, since you don't want to serve me, you're going to serve these Gentiles. You're going to be under the hand of your enemy. You don't like my servitude, you don't like my worship, my way of worship, then follow these Greeks. Let's see if you like the Greek culture. Let's see if you like the Babylonians. On that, see if you like child sacrifice, or you like abortion clinics on every corner,
Yep.
or you like liquor stores on every corner, or you like being robbed when you come outside of your house or your apartment. Or you want to pay ridiculous taxes, or you want your kids to go to ridiculous schools. You don't want to serve me, no problem. He says you're going to be swallowed up by who?
Among the Gentiles.
So what you're going to get tired of is being under the hand of the Gentiles, because what you're going to find out is that the Gentiles are not as merciful as the Most High, and that's what we got to find out. We got to understand that no other authority, figure, or way of worship is more merciful than the Father. What we be begging for amongst our enemies, the Gentiles, we be asking for better jobs.
Yeah, that's all we want.
I want a better job, better pay. Can I get a bonus? Can I get some extra days off? Can I get a salary increase?
Can I get a hookup?
We ask the Gentiles for better favors, not realizing that the Most High is trying to restore us back to our own power and independence.
Yep.
But we just want the better schools, better jobs,
better position in this world,
less taxes.
50% raise.
Yeah, we want a little raise. But the Most High said, listen, I'm trying to take you out of the hand of the Gentiles. You got into the hand of the Gentiles because of disobedience. He said, but you're going to be amongst the Gentiles. Go ahead.
As a vessel.
Like a ship. Go ahead.
Wherein is no pleasure.
So we should want to run back to the Most High anyway. We should want to come back to the Most High with speed anyway. Especially after being in the hands of our enemies for this long. And now we're watching our enemy's society crumble. So we're going to crumble with it, or not go back to be restored back to the Father and let the Most High set us back on high, because that's His promise. But there's no benefits in serving the Gentiles. That was just a punishment. The objective is for us to have our own independent way of worship, our own citadel, our own sanctuary, our own laws and commandments that we were given from the very beginning, and to separate from the nations. And that's what the Most High blessed Judas with the opportunity to do. Not be under the hand of your enemies anymore. Right. That's why the Hanukkah is a real celebration. Yeah. It's a true celebration, man. Being free. Being free is to be celebrated.
But it's also a reminder of how much work you got to put in to be free and to regain your spiritual independence. It's almost like your spiritual independence and freedom is predicated on your spiritual discipline. Absolutely. You get spiritual freedom and independence once you have the discipline to sustain the blessing that you're getting. Judas and those brothers showed enough discipline and consistency to be rewarded with freedom. Yep. The truth is, freedom really ain't free. No. Freedom is predicated on how much discipline and commitment you have. And when you show a lack of discipline and commitment, you lose your freedom. Let's continue in Baruch and finish this thing off.
Baruch chapter 4, verse 30. Take a good heart, O Jerusalem, for he that gave thee that name will comfort thee. Miserable are they that afflict thee, and rejoice at thy fall.
This is why Nicanor is stressed out. Lysias is stressed out. Gorgias is stressed out. All these guys that thought they can just bully us with a 10-to-1 ratio of victory or of manpower, they keep losing, and they're astounded and confounded about their scenarios. Read on, and they're ashamed. Read on.
Miserable are the cities which thy children serve. Miserable is she that received thy son.
So he's saying is that all these countries that we serve, Most High starts making their conditions miserable. The funny thing is, let's just use our place right now. This place is getting weaker and weaker. Everybody who has us captive, they're becoming more and more miserable. Yeah. The Greeks, the king of the south and king of the north, they had us captive. They're becoming miserable because of how they treated us. It just takes time. X amount of generations have to go through and finish up before the Most High is done with them, and he allows them to run their course and move on from them. We just have to learn what the Most High's patience and timetable is in comparison to His will. Let's continue.
Verse 33. For as she rejoiced at thy ruin and was glad of thy fall, so shall she be grieved for her own desolation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For I will take away the rejoicing of her great multitude, and her pride shall be turned into mourning.
So this is the Most High's justice. He's going to sit back here, and the people who need to get punished will get punished. And the people who work hard enough to gain redemption will gain redemption. This is what the story of Chanukah is. Redemption, a second chance, and the amount of work it takes to earn that second chance. And this is what Judas and those men and those dedicated men showed. They showed that through their hard work and their dedication and their willingness to recommit themselves to the book, they earned an opportunity for redemption. And with that, we're going to shut down class today. Are there any questions? Okay, Amajim, Wapanya, Yerah Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael
Send Michael
and the righteous angels
and the righteous angels
to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly. For in thee is our hope, always, and forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai. Shaman, Zayawath, Lamashat, Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph. In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither let the fool understand this.
Neither let the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the course of our power.
Shall flourish in the course of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Shayar,
Shayar,
Hamaawa,
Hamaawa,
Laduat,
Laduat,
Hana,
Hana,
Ma,
Ma,
Tawab,
Tawab,
Wama,
Wama,
Naayam,
Naayam,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Akim,
Akim,
Gum,
Gum,
Yachad,
Yachad,
Kashaman,
Kashaman,
Hatawab,
Hatawab,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Harash,
Harash,
Yarat,
Yarat,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Hazakwan,
Hazakwan,
Zakwan,
Zakwan,
Aharan,
Aharan,
Shayarat,
Shayrat,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Paya,
Paya,
Marawatiwa,
Marawatiwa,
Katal,
Katal,
Karamwan,
Karamwan,
Shayarat,
Shayrat,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Haroria,
Haroria,
Tazayawan,
Tazayawan,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Sham,
Sham,
Tazawak,
Tazawak,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ah, Habaraka,
Habaraka,
Kayam,
Kayam,
Ay,
Ay,
Habalam,
Habalam,
Basham Yasha.
Hashem Yahshua. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Aman.